everybody, and welcome to Roll with Advantage. My name is Joe. It is wonderful to be here this evening. We have quite the session planned today, a little bit of a longer session because of the absence of Ryan over the next couple of weeks after today's session. We want to try and be able to get through, not try, we will get through the Heist of Brahmsgrov. Today is the climactic end of the Heist. Roll the intro so we can play.
I'm over here.
And we're back. Hello. All right. So this week, as is tradition here on Roll with Advantage, I don't do the summary. I have other people do it for me. So this week on summary is
It is I.
Felicity. I also took a big risk by drumming on my desk because sometimes when I sit down or when I knock on my desk, something in my computer shakes. And then my computer shuts down. I think it's because I've got this massive graphics card, and I think that I need to get like a little plastic Roman column to support the back corner so it doesn't droop at all. But anyway, Felicity, take it away whenever you're ready, my dude.
Yeah, so also kind of another short summary. I feel like I keep getting the shorter summary, so haha, joke on everybody. Anyway, so
Lamau.
we begin picking up last session with still talking to Londor, but the underground is being raided. So Londor gives us a map and directs us where to get out safely, knowing this place best of all. So he then tries to defend his territory, and we head out this back door to head up north, actually not in the direction of the furnace, but it is the safest route out. So as we begin fighting throughout these tunnels, there's definitely like followers of different 13 members, specifically Clementine, Perido, and Cassius. So we fight off the berserkers, the mages, the gunslingers, all the way to the end of this tunnel. And though we did all right, we were still pretty wounded. And as we kept going, we did run into a webby space. There were many spiders, and it was very uncomfortable. And then we understood why we were greeted by Malice, Mother Matron Malice Thaynir. And she proposed something to us, which we all took a little bit of surprise by. She didn't just want to outright kill us, but she wanted to use us because she also was interested in keeping this heist of this egg from happening. She didn't get super specific about her reasonings why, but basically in a gist, the instability of Brahmsgrov, or the downfall of Brahmsgrov, would not benefit her in the long run, and she plays a game of benefits and who helps when, which still a little sketchy. We're all on edge about that, but after mulling it over a little bit and having two very strong sides, one from Ashima and one from Malice, it was very hard to make a decision, but eventually everybody did come to the conclusion to sign this contract with Malice, this short-lived contract, at least for the extension of this heist. So everyone kind of had their own little emotional arc with that, whether it was short or long, or if we'll pick it up later here, we'll kind of continue on there. But Ashima stood his ground, and he would not let it go, that he would not sign this contract. He burned a few bridges along the way, standing very, very strong in whatever his belief on this situation was, which did result in him having to face off with Malice herself. And it did not result well for Ashima. And we did have to say goodbye to at least this life of Ashima. So who knows when the next Ashima will arrive. And then we kind of had to just go on our way as the party moved on.
Mm-hmm.
And various feelings about that.
Correct. Alrighty. Thank you very much, Felicity, for the summary. So, picking up right where we left off, our group of adventurers, thanks to the help of Malice and the contract they made, the deal they signed, now know that they are able to traverse the city streets freely without worry of constant harassment from the members of the 13. So, as I said last week, all of you are able to make your way up and out of the sewers, following the spiders that lead you there to the nearest exit closest to the furnace. You make your way back in, down the stairs, into the safety of your room. So all of you ruminate on what happened. Silence is what followed you most of the way home, most of the way back here, at least. But now, in the furnace, safe in your room where you know Thrash has promised to keep you as safe as he possibly can. This may be the one area of the city that you're confident, where you can voice your opinions, where you can talk about what happened and plan your next step from here. So, with that, as we dive back in, Bianca, you can feel from your waistband a small jitter of the head as Mimir speaks up and says, "Listen, lass, would you mind propping me up just a little bit?"
Oh, absolutely. And she'll like lift him up and like maybe put him on a, I don't know, equal level space. Yeah.
And Mimir's just gonna kind of like look at you, Bianca, and just say, "Well, just like to let you know from me, I was there with you when you found out the truth of the of your situation. And I just want you to know, sister, whatever your grandmother did, she did it in the best interest of her family. She made a mistake, but unlike that woman that now has a contract signed with her, which I'd like to stress is the right choice she made. But there was no malice to your grandmother's actions. I hope you know that."
I do. Thank you. It's nice to hear it from someone else who was there as well. But I know. It's hard for some people to understand, though. Sometimes it's hard for me to understand. But thank you.
You can see him. He tries to nod, but his head just kind of falls over on its side. "Oh, well, that's just great, isn't it?"
I wish I could hug you, but she'll pat him on the head. I don't know what to do.
"You can put me back on your belt, love."
All right. She will put him back on her belt, and then the very next thing she'll do is take off the lamp, light it, and then with a candle, she will light a single candle and then put it kind of just in the corner of the room, and just set it there. But then she'll look to everybody else. "How we doing?"
Cecily has been very quiet this whole time, and as soon as you ask, she's gonna kick something. Just like snap and just knock over a nightstand or something.
I think that answers your question. Yes.
What about you two? Looking to Bianca and Carasella.
Been
I'd say
better.
what we all thinking that it shouldn't have happened, but it has. And I suppose all we can do is make sure it was worth something.
Bianca.
And been better. But yeah, Carasella's right. We just gotta make that moment worth something. No use in just being sad that it happened.
All right. And Lauren will kind of step forward to where she's a little bit more in the center of the room and kind of turning and looking around at everyone. I know that you're all hurting and you all feel sad and bad, and I'm sure a mix of several negative emotions. But I'm going to speak plainly here. Despite what you're feeling, you all made the right decision. What happened with Ashima was terrible and awful, and I wish it didn't happen that way. But we came back here to stop the heist, and we know what's going to happen if we fail. Millions will die. Belakara and Brahmsgrov will tear each other apart. And while hardly lifting a finger, the Dark One becomes all the more powerful for it. I'm not going to tell you to stop feeling what you're feeling, or that you shouldn't feel that way, because believe me, we understand, and kind of motions to Carasilla when she says that. Oftentimes the right choice is the hardest one to make. And that's what you all did tonight, even if it does not feel that way. It doesn't make the burden any easier, but that doesn't mean it's not true. Us living and surviving, working with Malice to stop this heist. So many more live because of it. And that's worth more than it ever has right now. So, take that for what you will. And then she'll go and lean against the wall where she'd been standing originally.
You're right, Morwen. And I think that pain of Ashima is only a fraction of the pain you guys probably had to feel when talking to Dorian. not think any of us could have been prepared for what this has become, even if we saw something coming. I almost feel sorry that it's us, in a way. I mean, it has to be us. We all know, and we're the ones. But damn.
Yeah. Damn is right.
So what next?
Well, we have everything that we're going to be able to utilize for tomorrow. We are out of time at this point. I say we sit down, go over the details of what we're going to do tomorrow to stop it. Then we get some rest and get to work. Any opposed?
No, I think it's best to remain objective right now.
Was that Mimir or was that Joe?
Sorry, that was Joe.
Okay, so I was like, you want to chime in on this, Mimir? Well, Carasilla, what are you thinking?
I have a couple thoughts. Firstly, I think a lot of what we're going to do is going to be very touch and go. I think we've already known this for a while. But had one potential idea. Might take a little bit of setting up, and so if we can actually achieve it is, well, questionable, but, you know. The egg will have to be at the ball, we know this. I'm sure the Tsar wouldn't want to not have this prized possession that I'm sure he's more than eager to show off to everyone. But perhaps we can get ourselves a secure room, panic room of sorts. If something goes wrong, then we can take the egg there. I think, especially given all the recent attacks, I'm sure that the Imperator and Tsar would have no objection to having such a thing. And my hopes is if we can at least have this set up as a, just in case, a offering of the Children of the Flame, I suppose, perhaps with a few of the Imperator or Tsar's own personal guards, not golden shields, then at least it becomes a kind of safety net that we can have, and provided it's close enough, I could perhaps teleport the egg there. But I think it would have to be only once any moves against the egg is made. That way there'd be proof that there was a planned attack, or at least something was going to happen to the egg, and, well, if the Tsar is mad that we made moves to protect it and keep it safe, and, well, perhaps ruined his little event, then that'd be a surprising angle to take. But if we're able to get this room somewhere close to the palace where the egg will be, somewhere that's protected with other people, other Children of the Flame, other anything, and hopefully a few wards on there to keep it safe from detection, I think it could be a good last resort.
Do you think Dorian would be able to at least set up the room for us in a way?
That's my hope. I think he would have far more sway than any individual person here would in convincing the Imperator or Tsar. If we are able to get a letter or something to the Imperator through Dorian, I think that's the best way to do it. Then it's coming from the authority of the Children of the Flame.
What time is it, Joe?
Oh geez, at this point, by the time you're getting back, that clock is, well, for one, date and time is a little off, but that's okay. I think at this point it's probably close to midnight, honestly, by the time you're getting out of there.
Well, Children of the Flame crew for tomorrow can see about Dorian getting all. We can see about getting all that set up, and then date crew. You can go on your date.
We'll say, I think, since we do have a breakfast to go to beforehand, if the rest of you are able to, in the morning, whilst we're dealing with that, if you're able to go and arrange it, I imagine a little bit of time would be needed to set it all up. So I'd rather do it many hours rather than a couple hours before the ball itself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. We can get up early and just get started on it.
What do we want to have our plan be during the ball? I think if we're all looking for anything suspicious, our gaze will be too wide. I think we should make sure that certain people are keeping an eye out for certain things.
Well, we have those 2 confirmed people, and then 2 maybes, and 1 question mark.
Mm-hmm.
We could have 1 person, maybe one of the dates, potentially. Well, I guess it really could be anybody. Trying to figure out and confirm those mystery people. 1 person lock and hold on the 2 confirmed people. That kind of, those are 2 jobs I can think of right now. Maybe 1 person that is strictly always keeping an eye on the egg.
I have a way of being able to tell where it is, so I can do that. Keep tabs on.
We'll also say it's probably a good idea to get eyes on where the bag of holding will be specifically.
How big is this egg?
It's an egg of a dragon. It's not going to be small.
It's
Certainly
pretty
not
big,
something
right,
you can
Joe?
Get out.
It is
Like-
about 2 feet tall, 1 foot wide, and it weighs about 90 pounds. Very large.
How wide does the bag of holding open?
Wide enough to fit the egg.
Okay, cool.
You'd be stealing it for a reason, after all.
And also, I have no fucking clue whatsoever how the bag thing works. Will it be even safe in here? And then soon he's gonna start to try to stick his head into it, see what's in there. He's never really thought about it until this second right now.
It's
Suni, you
Don't-
start to suffocate as soon as you put your head in the bag.
Bianca's gonna pull it off of his snout. It's a pocket dimension.
Hopefully the egg will never need to be in one. That is the plan, but if we're able to get visuals on where the bag is, we know who's taking the egg. And if we especially make sure that person isn't near the egg, then, well, they can never grab the egg. They're not going to carry it out by hand, surely.
We can't assume that if it's ever gone, they're acting fast. Like, that we basically are running out of time by seconds, probably.
True. They're not going to want to dawdle on something like this.
So
They
we
have a
find every
wonderful
distraction we
strike.
can, right? We already know who a lot of them are. If we are able to distract them or otherwise engage with them, keep them away from the egg, the longer it takes their plan to happen, I'm sure the more anxious they will be. And the more anxious a person is, the more likely they are to make a mistake. And all we need is a mistake. If we have proof that something is happening, that people are trying to indeed steal this egg, then that gives us more right to act. make us not the aggressors of the thing, but rather protectors of it. And again, if the Tsar is mad at that, even if it makes a bit of commotion at the ball, then, well, don't think there's much we can do about that anyways.
Not really.
Regardless, we don't need to capture every member of this heist crew. We only need to cause enough problems that the heist itself fails.
Mhm.
If they
And Joey-
escape, they escape.
Londor did say that those heist members are members of the Golden Shields, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
part of the
feel like I
Golden
asked you that
Shield's
already.
scouting division, which is just, it's like
Yeah.
Thieves Guild.
So they are security. So it's like security versus security a little bit, which is fine.
Well, no, there are, so the scouting regiment of the Golden Shields is operating independently of the Golden Shields. So
Oh.
that
Yeah, 'cause we know that they're
means,
coming in as guests, right?
yes.
Oh. Well, that changes the vibe a lot. Okay. I thought they were like egg security, and I was like, that fucking sucks. Like they're supposed to be the members keeping it safe. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Cool. That's better. Okay, cool. Glad I got clarification on that.
I'll also
Ugh.
say it's probably a good idea to have at least Suni near where the egg is. You're able to detect any magic, right?
Any magic? No.
But you can get detect magic, like just for the better of it, right? That's one of the spells you can prepare, yeah?
I don't think so.
Is it not?
I mean, I could be wrong, but I don't. Well, I mean,
Am I wrong? Hold up.
Do paladins prepare, or do they just know spells?
they prepare.
They
Yeah,
prepare.
Paladins can learn detect magic.
Oh,
Yeah.
they can? I didn't
Yeah.
know that.
Huh, well, please know it now.
Maybe, please get it.
Yep.
It's been that way if there is any attempts to pull anything there, then, well, you
Oh,
can
look,
detect
there
it,
it
I
is
can spell
between
it.
detect evil and good, and detect poison and disease.
Classic.
You have all the detects.
Yep. I'm gonna use all
Prepare all of them just in case.
Well, guys, it's not food.
of them.
Parasilla has the magic to communicate with any of us really at any given time, so I think a lot of us should be following her lead just in case she spots anything, or if we need to act on something, she'll be kind of the big communicator here.
Do we have any idea where they're taking the egg if they get it out?
The
To the
docks.
It's through a window.
Well,
I guess when we get there, we can kind of see, we can maybe plot the direction that they might go. Like
That's
which
what I'm
window to the, yeah. The other thing that's kind of been on my mind is I know that Dorian's going to do that thing to keep the 13 out. But what about the people that'll be at this party that aren't a member of the 13 and could be a bit of an issue? I know Galena will be at the docks, which is good. I don't know if she'll be at the party at all. She would be a person of interest. And then I don't know if Isin has any reason to go to this party. But if they're there, what do we do? Because they know what I like.
I mean,
Well-
Cecily, can you do the thing you do to transform you onto her? I mean, I don't know if that's even.
Weave
Also,
hasn't
I'm not
really
sure if it would be a
decided
good
I
idea
can
to go
do
in
that yet.
disguised.
Two
What was
people
that,
talked
Mark?
at once. I heard
Yeah.
nobody.
I heard Gemma, I didn't hear Mark. What'd you say, Mark?
I see. I didn't hear Gemma.
Speak,
Yes.
Mark.
I said, no, I can't do that. I said it cooler, but I forgot how.
The weave hasn't decided that I can do that yet.
Oh, that wasn't that much cooler.
I thought it was pretty cool.
good.
Hey, Gexicon. Yeah, Cameron, thanks.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's in character, at least.
Yeah,
It's not
mhm.
just, no.
And Carasilla said it might not be a good idea to go in disguised anyway.
We don't want to make it look like we're the ones that are suspicious after all.
Right. I mean, I can just leave, like, and go to the docks or something. I can be at it. I'm not sure if they're, I don't know. I just don't want to be a
Fairness.
problem.
I don't think they'll make any moves against you whilst we're in the ball. You have the defense of being in the group.
That's true.
Now, afterwards, that might be a bit of a question to consider, but as long as we're in the ball, as long as we're around all these people, no one's going to want to make a scene.
As far as I know, afterwards, time is gonna break, and it's a free form, so I'm not too worried about that yet.
You know, it's an excellent point. I just need to not worry about anything.
Well,
I
like
just
two
wanted-
things.
I just wanted to let it be known that that could happen. I don't know if there's anyone else that I'm forgetting about, but that's who's been on the forefront of my mind are those two people.
With luck, hopefully they won't be there.
Mm-hmm.
We're not going to be able to plan for everything, so we should plan for what we do know about. What do you want Bianca, Cecily, and I doing specifically? We'll be on guard duty, so we might have a little bit more freedom of movement to go to other areas. But what do you want our focus to be on?
I mean, it'd be make more sense if we were keeping an eye, at least one of us, like, constantly on the egg, maybe, since we're guarding.
I'd agree with that. I think also it'd be good to have at least someone close to where this window will be. If things do start going bad, they do grab the egg. I think the next best thing is to try and halt them, even if it might need to get a bit more physical at that point, but
Morwen cracks her
think it's-
knuckles.
Well, Morwen, I think you're better at stopping people without killing them than I am. So maybe that's your go.
I can certainly make sure that they do not leave if it comes to that point.
Okay.
I'm
so
sure by that point we can be aggressive, because if they do have the egg, then we're able to prove they have the egg, and such action would be very much warranted. But
This is
before
true.
then, I think it's good not to be too overtly aggressive or anything.
Mhm.
So at the end of the day, if need be, just because time's gonna get fucked up again, and we don't know what's gonna happen, no matter the size of the scene we cause is okay, right? At the end
Within
of the day.
limits.
Well,
Within
Within
limits.
limits.
I would say if everything starts going not in our favor,
That's what I
then
mean.
it doesn't matter. Yeah. If things remain in our favor.
Right, like I'm talking like, you know, like watching somebody like raising their foot to stomp on an egg, you know?
I mean,
I think the egg takes priority over decency, if that's what you're talking about.
Excellent.
But at the end of the day, this time is still real. I think there's something to be said about taking drastic approaches, but nothing too detrimental. And plus, anything too big might risk harming the egg itself. And that's just counterproductive.
You're wise.
If dra-
Today. I think you'll be able to read the situation.
Well, is there anything else?
I think
About
we're
the
good.
No, yeah.
And
What do-
I am not gonna sleep, and I still think it's in our best interest to do a watch.
Sorry, there's one last thing I just remembered.
All right.
What are we gonna have this Dinin do?
Honestly, hopefully not too much. I worry that giving him any ideas might lead to something a bit more aggressive. This is someone from the Forsaken after all. I think if we're able to just have an extra pair of eyes in the beginning, I'm not sure how much he's going to listen to us, but an extra a pair of eyes is all we will need in the beginning. And, well, I guess if that egg gets taken, then I'm sure he has a few tricks to stop people, so we'll get to that when we get to it.
Maybe from
Fair
the
enough.
beginning, he can be part of trying to figure out who the mystery person is and the two not confirmed completely members that can. I feel like someone like him would have the skills to be able to figure that out pretty well. Do we
Very
agree?
well. I agree.
I just hope that he's been told to work with us rather than independently.
At least we know he's an ally for now. At the bare minimum.
Certainly can't do anything to sabotage us.
I feel like his mother would make him hurt more than we could if he did.
Indeed. Alright. Cecily is right, though. We do need to still take watches. I'll join you for the first one, Cecily.
Will you join me for the second, Carousella?
Sure. But I think it is important that everyone does get as much sleep as they can. I know it can be
Big-
hard, obviously, with everything that's happened, with everything that will happen, but it's important to be rested.
Big day tomorrow. Right.
Biggest day of all the big days so far.
Quiet. Alright. Get some rest, everyone.
Kidoki. Alrighty, with that, all of you settle in for the night. Cecily and Morwent taking the first one, and then Carasilla and Bianca taking the second. Suni, you get a full night's sleep.
Hell,
Yeah.
Congratulations. Proud of you.
You won
Right.
the lottery.
That's what D&D's for, right? Wish fulfillment, full night's sleep.
oh my god.
Full night's sleep, pocket change, time with friends, traveling.
Oh my goodness. Being at the
Value
mercy
for
of the
your
Dark
skill
One
set.
9 days out of the week.
Getting sniped. Yeah.
Almost dying.
Just fantasy character things.
Actually dying and coming back and then developing a survivor's guilt complex. Just girly things.
Ooh woo. Just teenage things. Okay.
You didn't say ooh right.
Nope, Gemma, your mic didn't pick it up. I heard it barely. Then I heard you, whatever that was. Oh God. That my ears have been violated.
Did you de-age? Like, what just happened?
Did you?
I want to wait for like 2
I always
seconds.
speak like this, Ulu.
Okay, all right.
Can you say neko neko neko?
No.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my. Okay, I'm sorry. I asked. I just needed to know.
She can. There we go.
I'll mute myself now.
Good riddance. Jesus. All right. So
Alright,
with
no
that,
need to be mean.
with-
No, I'm just kidding.
no, Ryan, you know how you felt when we were talking about dragon embryos earlier? That's how I feel now. All right.
Fair enough. 'Cause that was gross.
Okay.
Girl Balut.
Oh, okay. All right. No. Stop. So, with that, our group of adventurers head to rest. So, Cecily, Morwen, first on the watch. Just listening for anything that may come down the hallway through the door. I'd like each one of you to make a. Oh my god! I'd like each one of you to make a perception check just as you're on your watch. Oh shit,
yeah.
Cecily!
Oh wait. Yeah,
Bet you're
Oh.
gonna win.
performance.
Damn.
That's not.
Oh, nah.
I'm not performing. Well, that's a 19 then.
Okay,
Boom! 14. Not bad.
Cecily, you don't know what you hear, but there was something kind of like a fart, but it came from Mimir. You're not exactly
Oh.
sure how that works.
I will not investigate.
All right.
That side quest can stay in my journal until the end game. I'm not doing that one.
All right. Anyway, so the two of you are on your rest. You feel as though that you are keeping an eye out for any type of harm that may come, and you feel like you have a pretty good grasp on things. So, with that, any conversating happening over the watch?
Cecily will, a lot of times when she's trying to focus these days, she'll be juggling the three soft little like hacky sack juggling balls she has. Right now, she's kind of she's doing like the coin flip thing, but she's doing it with the first stone, the little like flat rock that Ashima had given her basically just I think a day ago at this point. And she's just sort of flicking it as a mode of concentration.
Mm-hmm.
I think Morwen's just kind of like, again, sitting like back into the wall, just kind of like staring at the doorway, just in case like something does come through. But without even looking at Cecily, she's just gonna say, "So, do you want to talk about it, or just sit quietly?"
Where should I even start? You know, people keep saying that, and I know you're asking about him. I get it, but people keep saying you'll feel better if you talk. And I don't even know where to start. I mean, do I go all the way back with my first memories being in a dumpster? Not gonna lie, it's pretty funny. You could make a routine out of it. Do I go back to the first time I got punished in an orphanage? Do I go back to the last time I got punished by my stepmother? Do I talk about Emeriel being one of the only stable things in my life and then leaving? Or Poe being one of the only stable things in my life and then leaving? Or Ashima being one of the only stable things in my life and then telling us all to fuck off and leaving?
If I can interject, are you actually asking me, or... 'cause I'll give you an opinion of what you should start with if you want.
So I'm asking, what's the point? I mean, I'm trying. I am. I am alive now, and I know that I could really fucking easily not be. And there are people I want to be remembered, you know, but It's like, if I talk about it, I still feel terrible. And now everybody knows about it. What did that do?
It made it so you weren't alone. That's what it did.
But what if you want to be alone so nobody else has to feel it?
Well, I'd say it's a kind thought, but one that perhaps does not make entirely sense of it. Do you believe that these people care about you, Cecily?
Find it hard to believe sometimes.
It's a yes or no question, Cecily.
Yeah, they do.
Then it means that if they truly care about you, then they'll want to do whatever it takes to make you hurt the least. Even if that means taking a little bit of it themselves. Sometimes that's what love is.
She's gonna set the stone on the ground to her side. So where would I start?
Well, in my experience when dealing with injuries, you take care of the worst one first. So, what's hurting you most right now?
So it depends what you mean. I mean, there's the stuff that's hurting right now, but then there's the stuff that's just always hurting all the time. Just constant weight on my back.
Of the two weights, which would you rather have lifted first?
Sit and she'll think for a minute. Hey, I got put into my first orphanage when I was 3. I don't remember going there, I just remember that's what they told me. And then I got put into another one when I was 11. That one was worse. Granted, I was worse too, but, you know. There was this little spot in the middle. was 8. And someone came in to do an adoption. And for whatever reason, she picked me. I don't know. I was with her for 3 years. She taught me, showed me how to read better than they were teaching me there. Taught me Elvish, too. So, you know, that's a fun party trick. Not really used it much, but... And she taught me how to talk. How to, sit there with whatever you're feeling and just kind of go through it. I wasn't really very good at that. I mean, if you can imagine. And, that was the only time my life felt normal. It's one of the only little things I'm able to look back on and hope that something like that will happen again. Even if I don't really believe it will. She got sick. And I remember asking her what it meant if I would have to go back to being an orphan. She didn't have anyone else. There's no partner, no siblings, just her. So she told me I would. She wouldn't be around much longer, but she said to me, promise me. Sorry, it's hard to say this part. She said, promise me that you'll keep being kind to yourself and that you'll keep being kind to everyone else. That's it. And I didn't say anything. I just got so scared I was gonna go back and there'd be nobody there for me anymore, and the headmasters wouldn't want to hear anything about whatever I was going through, because so's everyone else. So I ran away. I was gone for 3 days. I don't know why I did. I just didn't know what else to do. I didn't want anyone to come get me, so I just left. And I didn't need anything. I was begging people for something. And good old Bella Clara, just everybody was walking past a starving kid. Eventually a guard found me, and he told me she was already gone. I went back. And I tried to promise her in my heart that I would do what she asked, but I broke it every single day. And now, it's not so much that I want to die. I never really wanted to die. I want everyone else to live. And I will do anything if it means everyone else gets to live.
Caring about others is nothing but a sign of strength. I mean, you don't need to know Carousella very long to know that her heart is so open to everyone and everything. Like I told you before, it's what I admire the most about her. But you have to make sure that you're okay too. It's hard to help other people move and run when you're barely limping by. Not impossible, but hard. Especially when you're trying to do it on your own. You don't need to be alone anymore, Cecily. Not if that's what you don't want.
Guess I just feel like I really let her down. And I still am. I'm not who she wanted me to be.
Who do you think she wanted you to be?
Well, she really liked gardening. She just liked her quiet life, just taking care of things. I think she was trying to teach me how to take care of things.
Well, do you really think she'd be so disappointed in learning that you risked your life to stop a war that would kill millions of people?
Well, maybe she'd be disappointed in the weave for turning me into a murder machine. You know, some people wake up one day with healing powers. I I figured out I could do the things I can by slapping my stepmom in the face. It was, the night of a storm. I didn't even know what happened. It just, she fell right over and her face was just pure black and smoking and sparking. And I ran. Again, I ran. And I really don't feel like much has been in my control since then.
Do you want to stop fighting?
Well, want to, maybe. I'm not going to. I can't. I know what's gonna happen if we don't do this, and I can't just walk away. But if it were up to me, I would just still be that quiet girl in Water's wake, planting flowers with her mom.
You could be that girl in the shower who plants flowers with her father. That is not out of reach if that's what you want.
No. Then we gotta get his soul back. And if somewhere along the way I don't make it, that's alright.
Sorry, this is Ryan pausing. Mark, we do have his soul.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
Oh,
so
back
it's
to
up you.
Back to Loshar to give to him.
Okay, I misheard then. Okay.
I misunderstood. I get. Regardless, it makes sense. Yeah, I my brain did a fart, just like Mimir's head.
Wow. Well,
Comes full circle.
I just saw the chat blowing up out of the corner of my eye. I'm like, God, what did I do? What happened?
well, as I said, it's still within reach. You still have choice and the freedom to make those choices, Cecily. You need to do what feels right for you. It doesn't make you selfish.
Let's just make sure no one else goes tomorrow.
That was my plan too. Just think about it.
She won't say anything else tonight unless prompted.
No.
Alrighty. So with that, eventually your watch does come to a close, and you trade out for Bianca and Carasilla. So with that, Cecily Morwin, as you head to sleep, Bianca, Carasilla, you awake, and I would like both of you just to make a perception check as your... And now my watch begins. The watcher on the wall, the sword.
13 from me.
13, 16. Okay. Alrighty. Yeah. Your watch goes uneventful.
I was like, do we hear
No one
things
had
through the
thoughts.
walls? Hear a mere fart again in his sleep.
Oh, I hate that.
I thought that was a little... Whatever.
You didn't have to.
Well, sometimes you gotta reward players for high rolls, and that seemed like a reward to me.
Was it?
It was a reward for me. I got to say it.
It's funny. Anyway, Bianca will kind of look at the candle. It's gotten lower. It's not the flame doesn't go out, but the candle isn't endless, so it's lower. But she won't blow it out yet. And then she'll kind of just like sit down next to Carasilla. I didn't think visiting your home was gonna be like this. At least so much like this, at least.
Didn't think coming back would be like this. I mean, it's a city where everything's always happening, but not these kinds of happenings.
Mm-hmm. I guess in hindsight, it's a little silly that I thought it wasn't gonna be so aggressive. There's been a lot of buildup, and the Dark One is constantly just... I don't even know what the word is. One-upping. Messing with our minds, our heads.
I mean, so much is happening. If they've got such a strong hold here, then it means we're in the right place, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think the best we can do is make as much disruption for him as we can.
Yeah, it's definitely not for nothing. I'm really sorry about the other morning when Suni and I stepped away.
I feel like whatever that was important, right?
Oh, yes, it was. I meant about what happened to you, though.
Well, in fairness, I suppose it was my own doing. But it's almost morbidly nice to know, I suppose.
Still. I'm not always great at handling things like that. And I don't think I've had anything as aggressive from the Dark One like you went through.
We're learning ever more that such things are probably only going to be more common. And
Right.
I suppose already happening.
So now we know that is possible, and I haven't really told anybody else because I didn't know if talking about it would be helpful or worse, but his name, his real name, there's one that when you say it, the dark clings to you. And then there's one that I read that physically hurt me. And I don't know what would happen if it's spoken. I have no idea.
In all honesty, I don't think it's a good idea to find out.
No,
I don't think you'd
but
be eager anyways.
I guess I'm just trying to...
Carasilla, you do have a memory, sort of a flash in that moment. Back in before the true horrors of Delner's past began, you remember Nakure speaking the true name of the Dark One, and you remember the effect that it had. The ground cracked underneath Nakure's feet. Shadowy tendrils briefly shot up around him. Invoking the true name of the Dark One has a physical, true impact on the world, and it didn't impact him at all. One of his Forsaken.
But I feel like just the more we share and the more we know, instead of holding it in, because I didn't know it would matter, like letting you or anyone else know that I had those experiences. But who else would I tell? Like, why keep it in? I feel like if we're all going through this together, we need to share how he's affected us.
I think I definitely agree there. I mean, knowledge is, I think always just better to have rather than not. I think if I'm remembering correctly, when we met with Nakure, spoke that name, and it does have an impact on the world. Names are important things after all. Especially, I feel, one that carries such weight behind it. But I also think it's almost a good thing that it's not exactly the best thing to say. That it carries that pain, that it has this effect on the world. Makes it all the easier to bury it. It's important for information to be out there, for people to know what they need to know, but something like that, I mean, what better fate for the Dark One than to be forgotten after all this?
That's really true.
After all, if he wants to have all this effect, to be able to have such a grasp on fear in the world, well, you can't fear something that you don't even know. Not like that, at least. For all this impact, for all this work, for all of it to just be forgotten. I like to imagine a world where no one knows him. Where he's nothing. He wants it, so why not provide it to him, right? He wants the destruction of all this. But destruction of all this comes with all the memories of the people here. And what are things but memories? If he wins, he gets nothing. And if we win, he becomes nothing.
It's a really positive way to look at all this. You know, I've been struggling with that positivity. I do wonder why, though. Why all this effort for nothing? Ultimately, I don't understand. And I don't know if I could. I mean,
I mean,
I
in
just-
honesty, I'm not surprised if he has some reasoning behind it.
there's
whatever that
gotta be
is.
some, but I just can't.
He would just be the
rationalize-
greatest fool that ever lived, right? Fighting
Yeah.
for something so irrational he doesn't see it when everyone else does. Be nice to believe that at least.
You feel like a campfire, I hope you know.
That's what
Like-
I've not heard before.
Like a bright, very bright light in the middle of the darkness. Thank you.
It's funny because Dorian almost said the same thing. Talked about having a vision, and that vision was 2 motes of light.
Well, then I guess I'm a pretty good judge of character.
I feel like you've suddenly proven to be so far.
She'll look back at the candle. Somewhat. But even though you are a very positive person, if there's ever a moment that you need to lean on somebody, I know you have Morwen. But you can lean on me too. Because it's gonna be a lot.
I feel like there's obviously going to be something after this. I don't know what that something is, but I have a feeling there's going to be a lot of leaning that needs to happen.
I agree. I'm nervous, but somehow after talking to you, just a little bit less.
Well, glad I could have helped. I just hope that this works.
Me too.
I think no matter what happens after this, I almost don't care for it as long as this works.
Right. It could be anything. We could, I don't know, go on a tour around the world and end up like crashing our boat and then staying in one place, and that'll be fine as long as this works out.
Honestly. Be nice to see the world anyways.
It would be. I've seen more of it now, but still haven't seen much. Definitely never left the Salamander coast.
Neither, honestly. I mean, for the last year or so, never really left Brahmsgrov at all.
Really? I mean, I guess for me, I was Bella Clara, but mostly Velka and the surrounding little towns. It seems like Brahmsgrov has everything that you could ever want here, so there's probably not a lot of reason to leave.
Well, there's always reason for something, right? Doesn't have all the sights in the world, doesn't have all the people in the world. As much as sometimes the streets might deceive you in that.
Yeah. It feels like the whole world, and I thought Belka was big. Then maybe
Strange
that's
seeing
what
how small everything was, leaving for the first time. Going to small little towns.
that must have been a very interesting reverse experience.
It's nice, I think. I like the feel of a small town. I mean, obviously there's always familiar faces, but to know that it's just you and, 100 or so other people.
It's really cozy. Summer's Rest felt like that.
Oh, maybe we'll find ourselves there in the future, right? Who knows?
Yeah, who knows? Still a lot left to do, but I hope we get to see the world.
All right. So with that, eventually your watch does come to an end. As both of you finish your conversation, as although you're not able to see it, you can feel that warmth, that inevitable warmth that comes each and every day. Is like I said, you can't see it, but something inside of you is telling you that the sun is rising. You have a few things to do today, and for the sake of brevity, we're going to kind of speed through some of those things, unless there are specific conversations that need to be had. Okay? So,
the only thing in the morning that I would want to say is Bianca's gonna blow out the candle before we all leave. If anyone wants to say anything to the candle, now is your chance.
I am setting the stone by it, and that is all that Cecily will do.
Any other takers?
Suni will watch as you do it, but he won't say anything.
Carousel Morwin?
Yeah,
I
she'll
think
do the same thing. She'll just watch, just head a little bit bowed.
Yeah, I think Mon would just quietly stand, but not say or do anything.
Okay. She will pick up the candle. I hope you find everything in this next life that this one didn't bring you. And then she'll blow it out.
okay. With that, the flame, it does extinguish. The bluish light fades from the burning of the flame. So, Bianca, I will say as you do that, you hear Mimir say from your waistband, he kind of says in a whisper up towards you, "Sister, would you mind doing me a small favor?"
Mm-hmm.
Could you take me over to Suni, please?
Yeah. She'll take him off the waistband and present Mimir to Suni.
Oh, fuck.
Yep.
God.
Yep.
Sorry.
Didn't mean to scare you.
No, I'm sorry. I don't mean to be mean. It's just, yeah.
No, I'm still getting used to it, and this next part's gonna really suck for you. Listen, something I used to like to do back in Fjardalith was I love to go to the pits, and I know this isn't your turf, but I was just curious if you might be able to just walk me out there real quick, just so I can take one long look as everyone else is getting ready.
Yeah, I can do that.
Thank you. Yeah, I really appreciate it.
Okay. And then he will reach his hands out, not exactly sure how to accept this head.
She will present it to him again.
You grab the rope at the top of my head. That's the best way to do it.
Okay.
Most comfortable for me. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. And so you walk out of the room, and he says, "All right, so you didn't mean to lie to you there. I just needed a reason to get you out of the room." Yeah, over.
Lying to me? Oh.
Well, can't change a sinner, right? Here, you can sit and head down on that table right there. As there's one of these small bar tables. This place is deserted right now in the morning. So kind of set his head down on a small, like, you know, like how bars have the elevated tables. It's the same thing here. Tall tables, tall chairs. Set his head down, sort of prop him up against like a napkin dispenser. I don't know. And he says, listen, brother. And you see him, he kind of like, he's chewing on his words a lot right here as he says, you haven't said much. I just, from the time you spent together that I've been with you, I know how much how much you meant to all of you. I had a lot of respect for him myself. And you can see Mimir kind of look down. But there was something he said that doesn't exactly sit well with me, and I think you should know the truth.
Okay.
I was always raised, always taught, and I always have, never spoke ill of the dead, so that's not what I'm doing here. This is just history, all right? And I know from what you said before, history wasn't always your favourite subject, but sit down, we're having a lesson.
Yes, sir.
As you sit down, you have to like tilt his head so he can face you more. Thank you. Do you know who the Guardians of Fate are, boy?
Have those names ever registered to me? I really doubt it. So
No, Tasuni, no.
Yeah. Can't say I have heard of them.
Oh, well, the Guardians of Fate. It's a hero story like any other you ever heard before. A group of adventurers descended into a long-forgotten mountain home of the dwarves. They went there in an effort to cleanse this mountain of whatever darkness or destruction lingered there. In that mountain, they discovered it was a lich by the name of Kairin. A lich being a wizard that had sought undeath, right? Forever life. This lich in particular was embedded into a tree of amber at the top of the mountain. So these heroes fought all the way down to the bottom, only to go all the way back up to the top. On the top of this mountain, they fought against that lich and they destroyed him. Heroes, each and every one of them. However, each one of those heroes had to make a grave sacrifice for themselves, for the good of their friends and the good of their mission. A small piece of themselves died in that mountain. But they still made it to the end. They still were the same heroes they were when they entered. Greater even. Just because you give up a part of yourself, or you forsake a part of yourself, doesn't mean you still can't be a great hero, or that you can't still fulfill growths. Because you want to know something, Suni. One of those heroes that sacrificed a part of themselves, that broke from everything they knew, the laws they set for themselves, was none other than the Mother of Mountains herself, Lowen. It might seem like you broke your oath, but my boy, you did no such thing. You did what was necessary to preserve that light. And I hope you know that.
It really hurt when he said that. You know, I'm been trying to figure all of this out over these past couple of months, I guess, at this point. But I don't know. Thank you for telling me that. honestly, I think I feel a little closer to her now.
Well, don't know how much it'll help, but believe you me, from the stories I hear, Elowen had a bit of a confusing origin as well. Born from a rose bush she was, and had to figure everything out all by herself. Forget how exactly old she was by the time she wound up in that mountain, but never really heard anything from her dear old mum Grimbar, the previous mother of mountains, until, well, she was already full grown. So if there's a patron that you would want, Suni, she's the one.
I want to make her proud.
Oh, you already have. And you gotta strive to continue to do so.
I will.
Alrighty, now cut your sobbing and let's get back in there before I don't know, I felt bad using the fighting pit as an excuse. Hopefully Morwen didn't take that the wrong way. I know this is her turf, but I couldn't think of a better excuse to get you out of there.
And Suni will grab the rope, and I guess closely looking into Mir's eyes, he will say, "Thank you."
Aye, lad, you're welcome. And if he had a body and arms, he would hug you, but instead, he just
You'll
looks
hug.
at you with his eyes. You're gonna hug the head.
All
You're-
the way around.
Oh,
Sorry.
You know I don't have lungs, so I don't exactly know how suffocating works, but this is weird, man.
And then Suni will cover his mouth and nose with his hands. I'm just kidding. JK/S.
All right. So the two of you come back in, and you can see Mimir is handed back to Bianca, as Mimir says, well, "Thanks for taking me out. Morwen, you got your armor on a lot faster than I expected. Oh, it's crazy. Well, looks good on you. I mean, not like it hasn't before. Yep." And Mimir's gonna look down at the ground.
Morin just gives a side glance to whoever's next to her and is just like, all right, and we'll drop it.
Mimir flirting with Morwen suddenly.
I'm telling you, it's the axe. There's a connection. We just can't explain it.
It's the next rom-com. She's busy being a soldier. He is ahead.
It's kind of like her. Anyway, let's just drop it.
Oh, God. Yeah, let's move on right now.
Oh, man. I'd love to see a movie where Morwen is played by Joaquin Phoenix.
I mean, he'd nail it. He'd nail it.
And Mimir is played by Scarlett Johansson.
Hey man, those two have range, okay?
They do. They do.
Particularly Joaquin.
I would pay for 2 cameos if I could. For that. Oh, if they were both there. Yeah. All right. Anyway, so with that, all of you then gather your things, equip your armor, and I'm assuming prepare just to head outside.
Yee.
So, I think we should all head to the Dancing Hippogriff, get our stuff all together, and then split off from there.
Mm-hmm.
If that's fine with everyone.
No, I think that's a great idea.
Certainly love going there. Wink at Morwen.
Cecily's gonna be inspecting her outfit for any remnants of their sewage crawl from last night. Be like, hope he made the right call letting me wear this.
Parasola, just as a note, would have prestidigitated everyone so hard after that sewer crawl.
That's good to know.
Many thanks.
Yeah, all of you.
No one's got shit on them.
Yeah, no one's got shit on them, but the smell is just ingrained in your nostrils. It's rough, yeah. But hopefully that'll go away with time.
Yeah. Cecily, if there's just a spot on her boot somewhere, she'll just like stick out her leg in front of Carasilla to get it. But other than that, I guess we're good.
Sorry. Mormon and Bianca are no longer blessed.
No! That's fine.
They were blessed all night.
Hell yeah.
Hell
We
yeah.
forgot to add D4s to the perception checks.
Oops.
Anyway.
Okay. With that, all of you then begin to head that way. The sounds of the fireplace and the melancholy music stay behind in the room of sadness. While, as you exit out into the city of Brahmsgrov, the city streets of Brahmsgrov. Oh, wait a minute. This I see now. There we go. Okay. Yeah, nice. At about 8:30 in the morning, by the time that you finally diverge, the city is already booming and alive with activity and people. Already, right off the bat. Bright and early, as soon as the sun rises, the people of Brahmsgrov are back on the grind, as all of you make your way throughout the city streets all the way up to the Dancing Hippogriff.
Also, everyone give yourself a long rest.
Long rest, giving me a long rest.
Sorry, go on, Joe.
You're fine. Okay, so you make your way to the Dancing Hippogriff, and as you enter through the doorway, there is a bring on the bell right on top of the doorframe. As you can see that there are several packages laid out on the countertop. As you can see, a very exhausted, very tired Kalen, bags under his eyes, looks up from his stool where he was currently falling asleep and says, "Oh, you're here. That's good. I was beginning to think that you wouldn't show up. I got this stuff. It's done. It took quite a bit longer than I thought, but it looks good. That's for sure."
Yeah, you good, buddy? You need like a pillow? You need like a...
No, I've got like 4 upstairs. I just haven't been able to, say hi to them yet. It's been a long night, but they miss me, so I'm excited to go up and see them again. I'm assuming they miss me. I mean, I guess you just kind of use pillows, and you sweat on them, and you get your dead skin and hair on them. And
All right,
then
you've made it weird. You should stop.
Sorry. I get a little weird when I'm tired. Anyway. So here are your clothes. Got them done. They look good. And yeah.
Thank you so much for putting in the extra hours for them. Really appreciate it.
Oh yeah, it's no problem. I'm happy to help. Just doing my part, trying to help out the children of the flame, do their thing. Duty to the light.
Hey, Joe.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. This is this. I should not have interrupted to ask this, but do dragonborns have sweat glands?
Oh my god.
I looked it up and lizards don't, but I know that they're not really lizards, so...
Also,
I guess
really
not.
hate the idea of a sweaty dragonborn. It's disgusting.
Yeah,
Well,
mainly just because that's gross.
Yeah, well, I was thinking about the idea of sweating into your pillow, and I was like, I don't know if Tuni would be like, I don't know, that'd be weird to him, the idea of sweating into your pillow. Maybe just the idea of sweating in general, but...
Yeah.
I love what D&D is to you, Cameron.
I'm sorry.
It's just wonderful.
I mean, you have to understand, like, the first thing I asked Joe after we started talking about Desmond to begin with was I asked him if dragonborns had dicks, so...
Which is, it's fair. It's a fair
Yeah,
question.
I had to know.
And it was an enlightening answer that you received.
It was.
Flat as a Ken doll, they all are.
Thanks.
Anyways.
For our clothes.
Yeah. Anyway, so yep.
Is there a package from Morwen? Because Morwen only told him to make one for her if he was either inspired or had the time.
Yes, there is. And so there is a package there for Morwen. All of them are
She's-
currently wrapped up like Christmas presents.
Do you want us to look at them now, or should we wait?
Oh, I didn't think you'd open them up right now. You
Lars
can.
deserves to see his work, right?
No, I saw it already on the mannequins.
Well, you know, it's different on a mannequin than it is with a person.
So I think she's nervous and we should go.
Morin opens hers up.
Okay, never mind. Cecily's just gonna like back away. Never mind.
Okay. So Morwen, as you open yours, you can see this absolutely beautiful outfit. It is so it is this very, very deep emerald green, and you can see that whenever the light hits it, whether it be candlelight or the light coming in from the windows, there is this subtle, like, I don't want to say sequin because that's a little gaudy, but it's this slight sparkle to it. It's very, very, very...
Ooh, like a sheen, like it shifts in the light.
Yeah. And it is this deep emerald green, and I'm going to go ahead and post this in chat. It's a lot like... Oh, here we go. It's a lot like this. But it's that deep emerald green. Well, that's not exactly it. Oh, I just had an image. That's not...
Is it like the one chick's pants when we were watching pro wrestling?
Well, that
Yes,
doesn't help.
I hope so.
That does not help me, but okay.
No, this is it right
for
here.
me.
This is pink, but it is a lot like this, where it's like this very formal jumper, where it has well, here I'll not describe it. I'll just post the image right there. Okay,
I was like, where is it?
yeah. So it's a lot like that, but it is this deep emerald green. It kind of shifts and changes with the lights, and there is no jacket included because Morwen's got great arms. So why would she cover those up?
Hell yeah, that's so cute.
Hell yeah. Emerald.
Would own for sure.
It's perfect.
You think so? I thought it was pretty good. I thought you'd like it.
To try it on Mullen.
Oh, I don't.
All right, and she just starts walking to where the changing room is.
Okay. And then
Yeah,
Kaylin
yeah,
just
sure.
kind of stares at all of you. So,
Mine looks really nice too, thank you.
Yeah, I got. You said you're gonna make me just like a little bow or a sash kind of thing.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Let me go. We'll just talk about that now. I can get that out of the box.
Yeah.
So we'll do that. She is, as the person who talked to Morwen about knowing when you like someone, she's watching this with great intrigue. But she, yeah, she'll take her thing out and just go ahead and throw that on over top
Yeah.
her outfit.
Yeah, it's a very nice accent piece where it doesn't clash with any of the existing colors that are there, but it's just like another piece of the world that you're including with your attire, where you can see that it is this sort of orange and green woven piece, several pieces of fabric that is evocative of a lot of the more wealthier people, but not gaudy individuals that you've seen walking through the streets of Brahmsgrov. And it accents the outfit you currently have nice.
Alright. Yeah, she'll look into a mirror and kind of admire it for a moment. Yeah.
Now, the thing that I like about that one a lot is I know you guys said you were going to the ball, so if you want to mimic high fashion, well, all you got to do is you just have to keep cinching it tighter and tighter and tighter. And the tighter you cinch it, the more high fashion it is. So if you really want to impress people at the ball, or you have like like an impressive date or something, then and the tighter you can get it cinched, the smaller you can get that waist to be, the more stock people will put into you. I don't recommend it. It's really uncomfortable, but it's just kind of depends what purpose you're trying to serve, I suppose.
I mean, I'm gonna eat. Gotta leave room to eat.
Oh yeah, I mean sometimes the people who do wear the cinching waist, they'll sometimes they'll just not eat when they're there, which sounds pretty miserable to me. You know, it's like some of the best food in the world, and you can't eat it. I don't care who you are. It's kind of stupid.
Wonder if any of those people have ever not been able to eat on the streets. No money, no shelter.
Oh, those people that wear the cinches really tight? No, yeah, definitely not.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm wearing it real loose. I'm starting a new thing. Bread belly. Let's go.
A bread belly, nice. That's cool. I like you.
Morwen, how's it coming along?
Almost there. And she'll come out like 2 minutes later.
Oh wow.
Wow.
Very fine. You got nice arms in the
I don't know if that's about the clothes.
He
they
always knows what to say.
it's a good fit.
Zuni leans over to him and whispers, "Is that really the best you got?"
You look really beautiful, Morwen.
There you go.
All right,
Lauren's
stop.
like looking in the mirror, kind of like fixing her hair real quick because there was like one strand that like wasn't in place. Put some makeup on right before I walk in. I'm gonna look better than the guests, and I'm security. A dream. She walks over to Kaylin, like puts her hands on his shoulders. Kaylin, I need you to know, with all my heart, I'm going to try really hard not to get any blood on this tonight.
And you see him just kind of sigh, like not like an exacerbated sigh, but like a this girl, like she's so hot. And he's just smiling. Yeah, okay.
And then she'll just give him a hug.
Okay. He'll hug. And when Morwen goes to let go, he's gonna be there for just a little bit longer and be like, "Oh, sorry."
Nope, she goes back in. No, it's cool.
Okay.
You break it when you want to. You're the
Okay.
man. It's fine.
All right. And he pulls away just a few seconds later. I just need a couple more seconds. That's all. Anyway,
Well,
I mean, in fairness, I know that Cindy and I have a bit of a breakfast date, but maybe we could spend a bit more time here, right, Morn?
Nah, I mean, because we got the.
yeah.
Well, I mean, we could go do the thing. I don't know. We could go talk to the
Yeah,
room.
Dorian knows me. So, I mean, really, we only need 2 people to do it, so.
Right.
That's up to you, Mormon. Whatever you want to do.
She very much has a look of like, I was not expecting this question or conversation. But Kaylin, aren't you like super tired? Like super, super tired?
no, I'm wide awake. His eyelids start to drift closed.
She just kind of stares at him for a second with that look of like, really, brother?
Okay, no, yeah, I am pretty tired. But you guys can stay here if you would need to stay somewhere.
Listen, there are things I need to take care of. I told you how important this is, so I need to go, but you'll hear from us soon, okay?
Okay.
Promise.
Okay. Yeah, no, I believe you.
Alright. Now, go get some sleep. I'm worried you're gonna pass out on the stairs up.
All right. I'll go. All right. Well, all of you have fun at the ball, and and I hope I see you some other time. Oh, yeah. He takes a couple of steps. You can hear a few steps up the stairs as you begin to head out, and then you hear a thump, 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 thump. Okay, all right. I'm okay. As he walks the rest of the way up the stairs.
Mora just smiles and shakes her head.
He's sweet.
Yes, he
Perhaps I'll
is.
give Morn a little bit of a playful push.
What?
You know, you could stand.
He could barely keep his eyes open.
He could barely keep his eyes off of you.
All right. Go on your dates. We're going to the Children of the Flame. Nope, we're not doing that.
Right. Business. Purely business. And yes, Cecily will just hum as she walks out the door.
Okay. Alrighty. So with that, Morwen, Cecily, and Bianca head to the Children of the Flame headquarters, correct?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. And the rest of you head to your date with the brothers Vasi. So the date with the brothers Vasi goes about as well as it could, especially since you're one date down. That is all right, though, with the brothers Vasi, as they're not super duper upset.
We'll also say, just at some point during it, Carousel will just be like, obviously to borrow, you wouldn't happen to be taking a bag with you, would you? I mean, I have one myself, but I mean, this last minute, happy to find something that would match. Don't suppose it'd be easy to just, I don't know, perhaps have a couple things with you?
Yeah, there's a bag that we're taking for sure. Yeah, it's from the as we brought it from home. So yeah, if there's a couple things you need packed, we can do that.
Well, and it would be matching, right?
Oh, of course.
Throw it in to see it, because I'm hoping that this is the bag of holding that we're gonna need.
Yeah. Here, I'll show you.
As he gets up and he comes back with a what looks to be a tailored bag from that of the Western Salamander, and you can see that he says,
Now, the nice part about this is it's magical.
you can see he kind of reaches his hand down and he pulls out like this really, really long sword as he pulls it out and says, see? It doesn't fit
I
me
hope
in
that's not
bag.
something you're gonna try and take to the ball.
Hey, never know what's gonna happen. Got to travel with protection, right?
As he puts the sword back in.
Yeah, Carousel will just give it a very subtle wink over to Suni, we got it!
Suni's just wide-eyed because he can't believe that just fell into our lap like that. He will look down.
Okay. So your dinner date or your breakfast date, your brunch date, I guess, continues. And I will say that Bo, obviously all in Caracella's business, Kristoff is in yours, Suni. And Garth seems to be happier that no one came for him. He's definitely happier with that decision. As of course, just as a visual reminder of the brothers Vasi right there. Got Kristoff, Garth, and Bo in that order. So with that, your brunch date continues as planned. Everything goes according to plan. You have the bag. Now, are the two of you staying with the three of them until the ball?
Yeah.
I would. Oh, okay.
I feel
I
like
don't know.
we
Did
all
we
thought-
wanna? Did we wanna reconvene before It's the thing.
I mean,
I feel like this would be a group decision. Like, if we arrange to meet, then we'd meet.
Mhm.
yeah, I just wonder if keeping our eyes on everybody who we had know as a hand in this was my only thought process.
Yeah.
But if we had like agreed to meet up, then I'm sure that we would do that.
I don't know if it super matters.
We can just meet up at the ball.
Yeah, that's also true.
Yeah.
I'd say we probably wouldn't meet
Yeah.
up just because there's not really a need. I think it makes sense that security would get to the ball early and kind of get a lay of the land anyway before things really kind of got started.
Right.
Okay, so then we'll stay there till the ball.
It's a long date. Getting real comfortable.
Gotta get to know each other.
Hey
Yeah.
man, they're doing intel, all right? Like this is all part of the job.
And Suni is all in on his character. He's being saucy and flirty and everything he needs to be. He's taken notes from Carasilla over the past couple of months, so.
Amazing.
While we are there, where exactly are we during this brunch date? Are we in like the inn that they were in?
So you're in their rental residence, their timeshare vacation home thing in Brahmsgrov.
If there is ever any moment in which like one or more of them or most of them are gone from the room at a time, Suni is going to not like fiddling through desks or anything, but just like be clocking, observing the area, seeing if there's any information or things that stand out to him.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead and make a perception check, I'll say.
Perception check.
Because I will say there's probably never going to be a time.
Well,
Yeah, there's probably never a time where all three of the brothers are away from the two of you. I will say though,
Carasilla would try and stop him if he's trying to be too obviously Snoopy, because she does have a high passive perception.
He wouldn't even like get up. He's just like he's window shopping.
Yeah, just trying to case the joint.
Mm-hmm.
However, while the two of you are spending time with them in their private residence, you can see that there is an individual that enters into the building right around noon, maybe 2 o'clock in the afternoon, right before everybody's going to get ready to head off in that direction. As you can see, let me just double check something real quick. Okay. You can see a woman approaching, very beautiful, fair, pale skin, long, dark black hair, sort of parted in the middle, wearing this beautiful sort of sky blue silk dress that outlines her body as she's just sort of like gliding across the floor. You can see that she approaches, ignoring the two of you, approaches Bo and just kind of sits down next to him and says,
Why, hello there, handsome. I was wondering if I could borrow you for a moment. I have something that I need help with that I think you could assist.
and you can see Bo kind of looks to you, Carasilla, and looks to her, and I'm gonna make a persuasion check for this individual.
Mark your territory,
God
Priscilla.
damn. And Bo kind of looks.
Yeah, love. I'll be right back. Probably just business, you know.
Carasilla will just give like a very dainty little nod. And she's just gonna watch absolutely everything that's happening there.
Okay. Alrighty. So, sorry, I'm just trying to pull something else up here. Okay, there you go. I didn't have the right tab pulled up. There we go. There we go. Okay, and then let me double check something else here real quick. Yep. 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 Okay. Alrighty. So you can see that the you weren't quick enough. You didn't say anything. So with that, she kind of pulls
Mere
him
presence.
up and away. And Bo just gets up and follows. And they walk off, and you can see they kind of go off and away, and she kind of pulls him away and around a corner so no one can see. And you can hear Bo start to laugh, and the woman laughing from behind the corner. And
And so, where's the bag of holding?
on Bo.
Okay.
Okay.
How, just curious for future reasons, how similar do the bag of holding that I have from Odin and their bag of holding look?
Probably pretty similar since they're both made in the Western Salamander. I wouldn't say identical, but like at first glance, pretty similar. And then upon further investigation, you can kind of tell that they're different. But if somebody's just sort of glancing between the two of them, almost the same. You can see the two of them, you can hear the two of them laugh, and then there's a bit of silence. And then eventually Bo comes back around as he sits back down on the couch. Oh, well, anyway, where were we? And
Very
Carasilla,
short
with your
business.
passive perception of 20, you notice that the bag's gone.
Yeah. This is good though. This is fine. This is why we had it shown in the first place, so we can locate object and know where it is. This is fine. This is going to plan. But yeah, she'll not be shitty about it, even though that was a shitty ass thing to do. But she doesn't really care. Like, she's not in it for this.
Yeah. Yeah, it'd be kind of... You're playing into his hand if you cared.
No, it's the disrespect. It's the fact
Hey,
that
man.
he thought he could get something better. There isn't anything better.
Okay,
Anyway.
okay, let's just go back to the fact that we had this whole ass conversation with him yesterday, and it wasn't until the end that Carousel had to tell him what her own name was. He never asked, so it's just like, that was already.
I don't know if I need
really-
to say this. He's not a good guy.
Yeah. So, but also, you know, just this may be a little bit of player influence here, but these boys have fighters.
To what?
These boys have Pitus?
Yes.
Good.
Okay. All right. Sorry, it's just, one of those things, business calls. Anyway, where were
no, I
we?
completely understand.
So,
But there was one thing. You never really talked about it yesterday, but she mentioned that your father has a connection to the Tsar. I'd hate to be caught out, you see.
oh, well, it's just a little awkward.
Awkward in what way?
It's, complicated. You see, our, our father passed away recently, and, well, it's now up to the three of us to determine who's going to be the new Jarl. Of course, he has had, I guess I should say, connections to the Jarl, and so those connections fall to us. But in the meantime, all three of us are the Jarl, and, well... the issue is... none of us are quite sure which one is, legitimate son. all three of us were born right around the same time. Cradles got swapped up, and, well, here we are.
Certainly an interesting story. Would you want to be Jarl then? I feel like it should also be a matter of, well, who's actually interested in the job, right?
Listen, I came here because I wanted to escape the hell that I was living in, having to delegate and have that responsibility, so I'd really prefer not to talk about it, if that's all right with you.
No, perfectly fine. Didn't mean to touch on any sore spots.
As well. I suppose I forgive you.
No, I
Anyway,
hope so.
so as he kind of like leans forward, reaching towards a cup of wine and begins drinking it. Is there anything you wanted to do for the rest of the day, or?
Well, I mean, I'm just happy to get to know you, right? Such pleasant company.
Make a persuasion check.
Hold up. It's gonna be insane anyways. That is a 26.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
I suppose, yes.
Why, did you have other plans for today?
Well, I had other plans, but I suppose I could make time for you.
Ursula tried to not just do a strong blink at that bullshit. Well, glad I can make it in your schedule.
Well, it's not just about you getting to know me. What's your story?
Well, I feel I don't need to bore you on too many details. Find myself, at least recently, just doing a bit more travel. It's been nice, after all, being able to see new places. Only have been in Brahmsgrov for a short while now. But I find it's always nice to meet interesting people.
Suppose you're right. One of the reasons why I like coming to Brahmsgrov. So many new people to meet. People like you, Caitlin.
Soon throws up in his mouth a little bit.
You can see
disgusting.
Garth looks up from the book that he's reading. Her name's Carasilla, you dense fuck. Oh. I knew that, Garth. I was just seeing that if she would be willing to correct me. I like a woman who can stand up to me when I'm wrong.
Well, in all honesty, I was just deciding whether or not the rest of today would be worth it, but I'm glad to know that it's not, because you've got someone else. And she'll kind of just look off into the direction from where that woman, I guess, left from.
Yeah. Jealous?
Less jealous, but I mean, if you're going to be ducking your way off corridors, it'd at least be nice to know. And plus, what happened to being a focus on each other, right?
Right.
listen, I'm more than happy to focus on you for the rest of the day, the rest of the evening, and hopefully into the wee hours of the morning. I think that if that's the case, you need to respect that when business comes up, business needs to be handled.
Well, I guess I do forget myself there. After all, a whole day is a lengthy commitment, I suppose. And for someone as important as yourself, I'm sure there's always engagements, and so, if anything, I'm just thankful for the time.
Well, good. Good. What I like to hear. Well, I think that what I need right now is a little bit of rest before the ball. Two of you feel free to do as you please in the meantime. But I think I need to take a quick, and he looks to Garth. Cat nap, I suppose. And he's gonna walk away towards his room.
Don't be away for too long. Might have to come calling on you.
Door's always open, as he winks and then walks away.
Dying inside. I mean, him gone, I guess, for a hot minute. Carousel will take up some of that Midas, because fuck it, why not?
Hell yeah. You are more calm. You feel like you can withstand more of the terribleness that you'll have to for the rest of the night.
Hell yeah, make it bearable.
Okay, alrighty. So, with that, we move on from the two of you to those going to investigate with Light Bearer Dorian Almer. So, as the three of you enter, obviously there is now a sort of established, there is an established thing that happens now as all of you walk in. You can see the same woman who's at the front desk sort of nod, and she just gets up and she just walks back to the back room now.
There we go.
You are known
Hey,
now.
I'm in my dress. What a bitch.
No, she
Damn.
was intimidated by your beauty. That's all.
Yeah, exactly.
That's it, clearly.
Yeah. Alrighty. So eventually, the woman does come back and sit down and say, "The light bearer is ready for you."
Thank you.
Mhm.
In we go.
Indeed.
And with that, you head back into the very back to the light bearer's throne. So, as you head in here, you can see that the light bearer is stepping down the steps. He's not wearing his armor right now as he approaches, and he says, "Well, it seems as though you have everything ready for your guard duty and then also for the for the ball. All of you look quite marvelous, if I do say so myself."
Thank you.
You're welcome.
We did. Yes, thank you. We did have. I know we've asked a lot of you. Another request that we're wondering maybe if you'd be able to help us get maybe the Tsar to agree on a neutral space for protection of the egg, not far from the ball's location, but one that it can be transported to in case of an obvious emergency that will be happening tonight.
Well, I would say I could speak with the Tsar, or specifically the Imperator, as he would be the one to handle those issues, but you're in luck. I was actually supposed to meet with the Imperator in about an hour. So, if you'd like to tell him yourself, might add a little bit of weight to it if you come to speak on him, and I say that it's more important than the meeting we were supposed to have about, several attacks that took place in the city streets, the same ones all of you were a part of. I was going to inform him of Carlin's, well, I suppose Parido's true intentions, and what was going to be happening outside of the keep. The manor, estate, I suppose. So, if you'd like to sit and wait, the Imperator should be here within the hour.
Do you think he'll listen to something like this from us?
The Imperator is a logical man. Present the facts, tell the truth, and it would only make sense that he would believe you. It's the same plan I have with Parido and Carlin. Explain the facts, tell them as they are. Don't exaggerate anything, and I'm sure he'll believe me. Unless, of course, the man who comes to this throne is not the Imperator, but is just a member of the 13 in disguise, but if that's the case, we'll have bigger problems.
I'm really hoping it's not that.
I mean, fuck, we've seen half of them at this point. I doubt we're gonna see any more. Is there any wood in here? I'm gonna go knock on it.
Yes. He points to a table in the corner that's like 60 feet away that Cecily has to walk over to.
And she will, awkwardness be damned, walk all the way over to it slowly.
Well,
And just give it a few knocks.
light blind me, she did it.
Yeah, gotta take these things seriously, you know? Hey, we haven't met before, by the way. Hi, I'm part of the Saving the World team. I'm not very professional.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were a stray that followed them men off the streets. I would have
that's
introduced
pretty much
myself.
True, yeah.
I'm just joking with you. It's very nice to meet you. As I'm sure they've already said, I am Lightbearer Dorian Elmer. It's a great honor to meet another one of Caracella's and Morwen's companions.
So give me a small bow with his head.
She'll return it after seeing, you know the kind of like, just like she'll return it, like, not very tactfully, but she will.
And he'll chuckle at that and kind of look back to Morwen. And Morwen, you remember stories that were shared about the origin of Dorian before he became Lightbearer, and how he was just some random guy who grew up in no high-class society. And you can tell that the laugh is not mean-spirited.
Yeah. Well, then I suppose we will wait for this Imperator.
Yes. Very well. Please, help yourself to any of the water that's in here. In the meantime.
As you can see, he just begins to head back up the stairs, back towards the giant windows, and just kind of paces back and forth, looking out at the city.
Yeah, Cecily's gonna be genuinely impressed at how clean the water is, and then run up to the view like a kid in a candy shop and just kind of look at everything.
Oh. Never been up this high before in the city?
Well, not here. No. I've not been high many places, actually, and usually when I am, it's not safe. We're usually falling or something.
Oh. Wow. That's rough.
Yeah, that's how I sum it up. Rough life for Cecily. This is some good water.
Dorian looks down at you and just kind of laughs and shakes his head and goes back to looking out at the view. All right.
Lauren's gonna find a table with a mirror and she's gonna get her makeup done while we're waiting.
Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. Makeup montage.
Yeah, Bianca's not going to wear makeup, but she will go to the resident bathroom to change.
Oh God, that's really funny. So, with that, you do, and you change and come back, and your very cool women's pantsuit, very stylish, very trim, in blacks. Wait, no, what was the color scheme again that Bianca chose?
You mean always black?
Okay. That's right. And Kaylin, seeing the lantern and the feathers, did something similar to that with the outfit as well. So in a similar design and cut to Morwin's, where it's a little bit more trim, but also a little looser, just in case you do have to fight, so that way the dress doesn't tear or anything like that. But you can see along parts of the bodice. And then yours does come up a little bit more and has a little bit thicker sleeves. There are these sort of like, these like kind of, they're sleeves, but they're really loose, billowy sleeves. Bell sleeves? Yeah, but they have this kind of like embroidered like feather pattern in like a metallic black, as opposed to the silk that is the rest of the sleeve. So it kind of looks like you have wings.
That's sick as fuck. I want this.
Yeah.
For myself.
Heck yeah, you do. Yeah, Gemma, I may struggle navigating fashion, but people like the things that I talk about. So yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Um,
Oh, okay. All right. I'm sorry for being aggressive then.
Well,
I don't have the vernacular skills, Gemma. I'm sorry.
well, Cecily's not gonna change or do her makeup. She's beautiful as she is.
Hell
With
yeah.
her fucking bread belly belt. But yeah.
All right. So with that, eventually the hours pass. And right on time, there is a man that enters, a dragonborn man, entering into the room. You can see that he is a tall, wide-built, strong man. This is somebody who has seen war. They have seen fighting. They have been somebody who has been on the front lines of a battlefield shouting out commands, wearing plate armor that is enameled black with this gold trim all along the sides and filigreed into the metal, with this red sash crossing across, like slashing across the armor that sort of drapes down around his waist and creates this small drapings of fabric around his belt. As you can see that he is gold in color, so he's a metallic dragonborn, and these two massive horns that curl around the back of his head, and he just has this permanent angry scowl on his face as he approaches. And as he enters, he looks to Dorian and to the rest of you and says,
Dorian, if I may ask, what are these others doing in your hall?
you can see Dorian look at him and nod and say,
They had a message to give to you. One of them is a member of the Children of the Flame. An esteemed member, a senior kindled, that has important information to give to you, and I believe they should be heard. We can get to what I needed to discuss momentarily. It involves one of the SAR's advisors, but this is equally as important. It involves the safety of the ball tonight. The egg.
you can see the Imperator nod, trusting the words of the Lightbearer, and looks down to the three of you.
So, which one of you will speak on what is going on?
Morwen will step forward at that. Morwen Dulski of the Children of the Flame.
So you must be the senior kindled, then.
She'll hold up her gauntlet at that. Yes.
Good. Speak truthfully. what you know. And believe me when I say I hope you take no offense to this, but I must know the truth is spoken.
And you can see he proceeds to pull out an amulet from behind the sash and without your permission just begins to cast Zone of Truth.
Okay.
And he'll cast it around you, and obviously he'll know if you succeed or fail, so you just choose to fail.
I will choose to fail.
Okay. All right. He nods at that.
All right. The attacks throughout the past few days, because it was over like 2 days, right? Or was it all
Correct.
the same day?
No, over 2 days.
The attacks throughout the last few days were a coordinated attack by several members of the 13 that serve the Dark One. They're meant to distract the city forces with what's going on with the various gang activity rather than having a highlight on this evening's activities where their true goal will be to steal the egg and destroy it. Doing so will initiate a war between Bella Clara and Brahmsgrov. I don't need to tell you how destructive that would be. Our information is limited, but myself, my allies, and a few that are not present here have leads that we are going to attempt to thwart throughout the night. That said, we were hoping you could help us with some extra protection for the egg tonight. We have requests. But please, if you have any questions, I know there is a time limit on this spell, and I will answer them truthfully.
Proceed.
We would like some sort of a safe room protected with wards to prevent scrying or perhaps entry to those that we do not want. Under a worst case scenario, we have means to transport the egg into there as long as we can see it beforehand. Along with this, we want permission to make sure that at least one of our group has close access to the eggs at all times. That way, should the worst come, there will be someone there immediately that we can trust to defend it. We know that the Golden Shield Scouting Division is heading this attack up. We do not know their exact numbers. We know roughly, but not exact. We know that their goal is to steal it using a bag of holding to make it easier to transport, and at that point they will head to the docks in order to meet with a, and I apologize, I forget the Dragonborn's name.
Galena.
Thank you. To meet with Galena, who then will aim to destroy it.
You speak truthfully. If I'm being honest with you, I had half hoped that you'd be lying. But you speak truthfully. Compelled to. So my question to you is, you know of this Dark One?
We've met.
You emphatically believe that is the being that you have interacted with, not Asmodeus or some other entity of darkness and grief and mischief from the multiverse?
It's him.
If that is the case, Dorian, you have closer connections to the Hidden Flame. At her earliest convenience, I'd like to speak with the first chair of the Hidden Flame. And hopefully her earliest convenience is soon. To the rest of you, I will see this room arranged and made tonight. Upon arrival, I will have several of my most trusted guards be on the lookout for individuals matching your description. They'll show you this and your allies. They'll show you and your allies this room. You'll see it. Keep close contact to the egg. One of you will be placed in the armor of the most trusted guards of the Tsar. Around the egg at all times. Never leaving its side. Does that suit your needs?
It does. and I'm sure it doesn't need to be said, but if you're already going to describe to them what... And Lauren will describe what Sunny and Carousel look like, obviously, and their connection to all this.
The Imperator write all
But-
that down, so that way he has accurate descriptions.
Should we need to make any moves? Because, as I said, our information is limited. We might be reacting much more than acting. We just need to make sure that your men won't get in our way. We need to be trusted to see this through and see it right.
I can speak for the loyal guards of the Tsar. None of them will be in your way. They will only help you with what you need done. Thank you for bringing this to my attention.
You can see bouts of steam emerge from his nose.
Looking back to Bianca and Cecily, who wants to be by the egg?
If you still want to take guard at the window, it can be me. Unless, Cecily, you would like to wear armor.
Yeah, no, I think I'm better at sneaking around than standing guard.
All
You
right.
still want to stay by the window, Morven, or would you like to be by the egg?
I'm honestly fine either way. I think having me by the window is safer. If this does turn into a chase, I'm the fastest one.
All right. I have the
Wait,
power to hold people
You
as
said
well.
by the window.
Yes.
Well,
Do you mean the balcony?
Sorry, yes.
That is a 600-foot drop straight into the ocean. You're telling me they escaped through there and live? That's the plan?
Well, we have reason to believe that's what they're gonna try.
there's plenty of ways to slow their fall. They have a plan.
Very well.
And you can see him just kind of thinking, staring back and forth at the ground, going through a whole bunch of different plans in his head.
So, you'll do this then. Protect the egg and stop whatever intruder tries to make their way through the balcony.
Yes.
I'll have the escape room or the panic room crafted now. Is there anything else you need from me?
This is Ryan. Am I forgetting anything, guys?
I don't think so.
I think that's it.
Gemma, Cameron, we feeling good?
Yeah. I'm not
I
that,
think
but
we're
yeah.
good.
Fantastic.
I don't know why I said anything.
Okay.
Oh, also just like making sure, I guess, the room's close. I imagine that's already what's been happening, but
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah, I think we kind of described it that way.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think we're good.
Good.
Stop snarling, I swear to God.
We have stress.
Dragonborn do that.
It's not a We trust no one anymore.
Fear Parido, yes.
And, Dorian, what did you wish to speak with me about? Well, you see, Shedden, I have bad news about one of the advisors to the Tsar. Carlin, military advisor, second to you. And if you need to cast your zone of truth, very well, but hopefully you can trust my words after our long partnership together. He is a member of the 13, one of the Dark One's Forsaken, the most trusted of his allies, generals, if you will, individuals that he has chosen. He's forsaken them from the light, but given them extreme power. As me and my own are aware, the attacks, the children of the flame that died in the streets, the massacre that happened in the sewers, all of that was the work of the 13. But specifically, Father Parido, a cleric from the old world. Well, he's here. And he's been working with the Tsar ever since he arrived. I've tried doing my own investigation, but it seems as though he claims to have left the city on vacation.
The Imperator kind of nods.
We'll have this looked into. Thank you, Lightbearer. This is very concerning, but I am at least happy that we have you on our side still. I hope you are aware, Dorian, that whichever individuals are responsible for this heist, your senior kindled here said that it was from the Golden Shields. I'm sure you're already aware of what happened to Agatha Durandon, correct?
He nods.
The Golden Shields are already on thin ice with their actions. If this is the case, that they would do this to the Tsar, the Golden Shields will need to be removed from Brahmsgrov. And if that is the case, the Children of the Flame will need to pick up that slack. Do you understand?
You can see Dorian kind of smile and nod.
It would be my honor to protect this city, to raise the banners, to recruit through the old ways the conscripts. If it means protecting this city, protecting the flame, and protecting the Tsar and you, I will do this. Good. Thank you. Much appreciated.
And he looks back to all of you.
If you find any of the individuals responsible for this heist, trying to steal the egg, don't try and hurt them or kill them. Our questioners will have business to attend to with them. As far as I'm aware, Lightbearer, your organization has its ways, does it not, to retrieve information?
You can see Dorian kind of nod nervously.
We do, but is it truly that dire to know? Seems like we have all the information we need. I prefer to play things as safe as I can when it comes to things like this. So, if we catch at least one of them, we will know the truth of the situation. No mistakes. And believe me, if Galena is truthfully behind this,
As he looks to you, Morwen.
Bella Clara will pay for their transgressions. Not in war, oh no. In worse ways than Bella Clara could ever imagine. They love their trade. They love their money. Let us see when they're cut off from the biggest port, an importer and exporter in the world. See how kindly they react then. Foolish they are. Then we will, so to speak, make our final blow, reveal the information we have of Galena, and remove her as an advisor from those investors. It may bring instability to Bella Clara, but As my intel reports, groups are needing of inspiration to act against the brutality of that nation. The Bloody Brotherhood, I think they are. Maybe
Just the Brotherhood.
just the Brotherhood. Seems as though their propaganda has done a number even on our contacts. We'll make sure that they have all the funds and weapons necessary to lead a successful revolution. They wanted a war. They will get one. But my people will not die. Well, thank you, Morwyn. Cecily, Bianca. It has been a pleasure meeting you. Thank you for your information and your honesty. Dorian, thank you for bringing this to my attention. Should Carlin be found, he will be dealt with.
And Dorian kind of takes a step forward and he says,
Imperator, if Carlin is found, you do nothing. You come and find me, or whoever the Lightmare may be. You have us deal with it. You are strong, Imperator. But against the Forsaken, no one man is strong enough to take them on.
you can see the Imperator nod, trusting his judgment.
Very well. Caution will be taken. Enjoy your evening. And to the three of you, I suppose I will see you at the ball.
With that, he'll nod. And as briefly as he entered, he will exit. And Dorian looks to the three of you and says,
Well, I knew there might be consequences from telling him, but hopefully the impact is at least a net positive for the people of Bella Clara. Bianca, if I know your name correctly, you must be from there, aren't you?
I am.
Supposedly, after all this is done, perhaps you might need to go back there. Make sure your people stay as safe as they can.
Yeah, I think we're going to be getting back to whatever the result of all this is. We're not going to see it unfold. Thank you for all your help. I'm sorry, I'm just lost in thought.
You're fine. Don't worry. Stay strong. You've got a good head on your shoulders. Don't lose that because of some bad news. Stay clear, stay focused. All of you do. Right.
We will.
Good luck at the ball. I'll be doing everything I can, spending every resource I have to keep the 13 out. You've all got this. I know you do. All right?
We should head to the manor, get a lay of the land, start making plans, and then be ready.
I'll have a regiment of the Children of the Flame escort you. Last thing I want is for you to get knifed in the street.
Thank you.
With that, he'll walk you out, inform those at the front desk. You can see there's a regiment of about 20 Children of the Flame that are called. Each one of them either accepted or kindled as they lead you out and away towards the manor. So with that, eventually, enough time passes. You arrive. Ballroom. Let's see. Is that 6 o'clock? 7 o'clock? 8 o'clock? 9 o'clock. All right, there you go. That is when the ball starts. So, with that, all of you arrive. Now, as you can see, that would have been explained to you. everything to what you wanted has been taken care of. There is an escape room that has been made right behind the ballroom, or right behind the dancing floor. So it's maybe 200-300 feet at the most. They show you where it is. It is completely impervious to any type of magical interference, except for those cast by Carasilla. Carasilla is the only one who is allowed to magically teleport into the room, and there is a spot for you to put the egg should anything happen. And all of you are stationed where you need to be. And let me go ahead and do this real quick.
So is the armor like full body suit armor? Or is it like just a cape?
So it is like full, the armor that you would wear is like full plate, black and steel, very similar to the Imperators. In fact, I think I can pull it up. It's very similar to view character artwork, yeah. So this is very similar to what it's like. Obviously, the like White Tree of Gondor isn't on there, but it is a lot like this.
Oh, hell yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. However, Bianca, since this is heavy armor, probably what the Imperator would do would be to give you like an amulet of disguise. That would pretty much change whatever armor and clothing you have on to that.
Oh, so it's not as heavy and so I don't have disadvantage on stealth or anything then?
No, yeah. It's whatever armor you have, it's just you look to be dressed in the armor.
Okay. Cool.
So with that, I'll go ahead and I'll delete this one, add you right there. Do that. Okay, let me make sure everything is the way that it should be on here. Don't want to give anything away. Okay, all right, cool. Preload this. So with that, all of you make your way to the ball. You get everything handled that you need to handle, and as you arrive, you can see the room as it lays before you. As soon as it'll load. Oh no, wait a second, give me a second. Forgot to disable the lighting, so that way you can see everything.
Damn, it's dark in here.
I see everything.
All right. So there is a dining room off to the left, a dance hall off to the right. Back where the four of you are right over here, there is an atrium back here. This central hallway connects the dining hall and the dance hall to the central throne room where the egg will be. Now, Bianca, you are stationed right here with these other 7 individuals, as these are the other Royal Guard members. You can see the other 2 children of the Flame Guards are standing here, those that belong to Draven Hunt, standing next to more Royal Guard members. And you can see also Dinin Bay Near is also here. The Tsar is on the throne, the Imperator back on the ledge. Any of the sort of like plate mail guys right here, these are children, or these are Golden Shield members. So those ones right there. And then there are a few people that are on here that are just people of interest. So specifically Din Baynir, and then this the Fire Genasi guy over here. Okay. Alrighty. So
Where's the balcony?
balcony's back here.
Okay, so that's where Morin would be stationed. So can I just
Okay.
move her there?
Yeah.
Okay. No, Suni.
Left click and drag. There you go. All right. So Suni and Carasilla, the Vasi brothers, would be spending most of their time in the dance hall near the wine table back here. And then Cecily, where do you want to be?
I mean, I guess for now, just sort of fly on the wall looking for other people. So I'll kind of be doing laps between food room and dance room, I'm gonna say.
Oh, and I forgot something. Just real quick. So the thing is, this ball that you're going to, it is a masquerade ball.
Yes.
So, all of you that are not guards need to wear masks, which is just Carasilla and Suni. As the two of you enter, there are 5 choices for you. There is a tiger mask, an elephant mask, a fox mask, a turtle mask, and a dog mask.
I'll take the fox.
All right, Carousel is the fox. Suni, which one are you?
Suni was reaching for the fox too, but then he's like,
Fuck off, Suni.
Damn.
So the other ones were turtle, dog, and what?
Elephant and tiger.
Tiger.
All right,
Tiger.
tiger. All right. It's the eye of the tiger. It's the thrill of the fight, Suni.
That's his theme song. So
Alrighty.
And the egg isn't out yet, right? But it
No.
will be placed in the middle of all these cards?
Correct. Yep.
Okay. Okay.
Yep. So the egg will be unveiled at. Oh, I should have paused this. The egg will be unveiled at. Let me check the schedule real quick. 9:15 is when the egg will be unveiled, moved to the center, and it'll be kind of paraded through the hallway onto the dance floor, and then back through this hallway, back in front of the czar.
Dumb.
Alrighty. So with that, the
Why would
music
you do that?
is over. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to turn this shit on as all of you get into your positions.
I'm scared.
The laughing of indentured and wonderfully eloquent party guests begin to echo throughout the chambers. A marvelous band of musicians begin to play as the true eloquence of the ballroom, the dining hall, and the throne room begin to shine through. As with that, as all of you prepare yourselves to prevent the heist of Brahmsgrov finally here, that is where we're going to go ahead and take a break. All right?
Woo!
Let's
Yay!
So
Been quite
just
a long
'cause
road.
Bianca's one of the special guards, when the egg is being paraded, are the guards parading it?
Yes, you would be one of the 4 guards that are parading with the egg.
Cool.
Yes.
That's all I wanted to know. I was like, are we just like throwing this shit around? Like, isn't this cute? Cute little egg.
No.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Alrighty, so we'll go
We're
ahead and
back.
hop to a break, and we'll be right back. We're back.
All right.
Okay. All right. So picking up where we left off, our group of adventurers finally made it to the evening of the heist. Here they are within the ballroom itself, ready and armed with all the information and knowledge that they need in order to fully prevent the heist of Brahmsgrov. Now, the thing is, the heist will not commence for an unknown period of time because the party does not know exactly when the heist is happening. All they know is that it's at some point during tonight. That is about all they know. So with that, our group of adventurers dive back into the ball. All of you have been set up in either your guard positions or your person positions as you are getting ready to do what you need to do this evening. So with that, you can see the guests begin to flood in, each and every one of them doing their own thing. There we go. Alrighty. So you can see several individuals enter and along with the other groups begin to mind their own business, doing their own thing, wandering about throughout the area.
Makes me anxious how much moving they're doing.
Okay. Alrighty. So you can see these individuals making their way in, and they get everything set up. So I have to ask for all of you, what are you doing? Are you just sort of waiting for action? What are you doing?
I mean, I would say I would have been at least trying to keep half an eye on the door because we obviously had the descriptions of who these people are.
Mm-hmm.
And so especially like if we're seeing the heisties walk in, like we know there's like, you know, besides the one mystery card, we know what general races and shit they are. So if there's any like combos are working in that match that, then like immediately got to be like kind of on alert just to try and gauge when they do enter because that's where we really need to start focusing in.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and you can see there are 4 individuals that match the descriptions that enter in as soon as the ball begins. Decadent as ever, making their way around, making polite conversation. It is odd that you know that there were supposed to be 5 individuals that were responsible for the heist, but so far there are only 4 that have made their way in.
Imagine the 5th is the one that we had no info about.
No, where's the purple tiefling?
No.
Right in the middle.
I guess that's that person then. Okay.
No.
Right.
Bianca also, I mean, basically like the entire time until the egg gets, she'll probably do the same thing when the egg gets here, but keeping an eye on all of them, like taking account of like what they're wearing, what their masks look like,
Mhm.
etc., etc. And do we see the purple tiefling?
Make a perception check.
Okay.
And anybody who's looking for the purple tiefling can.
Other people should because I got a natural 1.
No.
Joining you on that.
Yeah, please do.
Okay, that's a little
Did
better.
you say investigation
That's
or
a
perception?
16.
Perception.
Perception.
Hell yeah.
Anybody else?
From Carousel of Lure, is that enough? I don't know.
I'm going in. Why not? I'm guarding a door. Bitchin'.
Guys, this is bad.
Well,
Which, by the way-
I was gonna do something else, but I guess I mean,
Mormon, I just want to clarify that this is like a big archway. So it is a huge opening that people can enter and exit through at their own leisure.
Sorry, I meant like the balcony, but okay, no, never mind. Yeah, okay.
That's what I meant. Like the entrance to the balcony
yeah.
is not a door. Okay, I was just sorry. Considering details matter a lot. I just want to make sure we're all on the same
No,
page.
no, that's fair. I
Okay.
misspoke. You're good.
Okay, all right. I just wanted to be sure. Okay. So with those rolls, none of you notice the purple tiefling at all. You see other party guests doing acts of debauchery. You can see this one individual in particular, one that over here making a ruckus. You can see them interacting with the brothers a little bit over here, Suni and Carasilla. And you can see eventually he sort of stands up on the table and starts to dance a little bit, and some of the other party guests laugh at him as he gets down from the table and then moves away.
Well, also probably, I guess, during when he was kind of distracting our little dates, would kind of nudge Suni like, get that locate object off on the bag of holding.
He will give a nod and briefly excuse himself to go, a little, I don't know, make a round so that he's not right next to somebody. And is there like, I don't know, are there like a bathroom? Is there a sign for a bathroom anywhere?
Yeah, there's an area where you could head out towards the atrium where there are some restrooms out there.
Okay, just because I don't want to get caught doing this spell, so I'm going to go somewhere that is no one is near me, and I will cast it and then start walking around with its concentration.
Okay, with it concentrated, you can feel the bag of holding within the ballroom. You can feel it right here.
Sweet.
And anytime that it moves, I will let you know.
Okay.
I see what's going on.
Well.
Alright. Remind me, Dungeon Master.
Yeah.
I know Din and Benir, obviously Mother Malice knew he would be here. What exactly was the deal with him again? Is he like sent here to help, or was he already going to be here?
He was already going to be here for other nefarious purposes, but if you needed help doing anything, she told you to find him, and he could help you do it.
Okay. Well, first things first then. Probably one of the first things Cecily is going to do is find him and just kind of watch him for a while, as subtly as she can, just to vibe check, because she's still a little cautious of asking him for aid in any way and getting him involved, but she recognizes that'll probably have to happen at some point.
Yeah. Okay. So go ahead and make an insight check as you're just sort of watching him. You're able to see him in the hallway, speaking actually right now with Rain, of all people.
This is the thing about playing a character with a flaw, is I feel like I roll insight every 2 sessions, and I'm not good at insight. It's a bitch not trusting people. That was a 16, though.
16. So he is definitely a man of high society from the way that he dresses and holds himself. And you can tell from where you're at that while the two of them have been talking for about 15 minutes, they have said next to nothing to each other. It is just blather, and he's fitting in perfectly. So you're pretty confident that no one suspects him in the slightest. I will say that he does, he does kind of, as he's talking with Rain, he does look over towards you, and he makes eye contact with you and winks, and then goes back to talking to Rain. As you're under the impression that he knows that all of you are here as well.
All right. Well, at least that's mutual.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, Cecily will not interfere with whatever's happening there, but she is this. Any info on this person he's talking to right here?
Which person?
She can gather. This token right here.
This token. Okay, yeah. The blue tiefling woman next to him. You can tell that she is actually, Cecily, you've seen this woman before, twice.
Aha.
You saw her once in the Severed Toes Inn, along with a purple tiefling woman near her. Very, very briefly. But you also saw this same woman in Summer's Rest in the Fisher's Party. Yeah.
Last time you saw me, I curled up on the floor because I was overwhelmed.
Yep. Now look at me.
Now?
Who's laughing now?
Yes, I was in the chess club. Well, all right. I will continue to keep an eye on these two, then. Cecily will, just kind of, if anyone comes up to her and talks to her, she'll say like a sentence or two, and then be like, "Yeah, sorry, guard duty," which is perfect for her social barometer.
Yeah.
But otherwise, yeah, I'm gonna just like move to the other side of the food table.
Okay. All right.
Just kind of keep an eye on them, keep having hors d'oeuvres, loosening my belt.
Okay. So eventually, I will say, at about 9:15, 9:16, you can see Bianca, you are pulled away with 3 of the other guards to make your way to the vault to go retrieve the egg. As eventually, Bianca, I'll go ahead and put you into position here.
Can I do something before
Yeah.
all this egg shit happens?
You may.
Just because I imagine Suni's shared where the bag of holding ping is.
Correct. Still there.
Yeah, I was gonna say that he would have asked Carasilla to for a dance and would have spun her around and pointed it out nonchalantly during one of the
Yeah, and just so guests are allowed to just walk into this area, right?
Uh-huh. Correct. Yep. Yeah, you
It's
can
not
see
like
that
it's
there are
like-
like 3 clusters of nobles all standing together talking to each other.
Okay, I've got to play. I don't know if it's gonna work, but she'll try and excuse both Suni and herself away from where the brothers Vasi are.
Okay. How so?
Just so she can use Suni as a bit of a distraction. She's just gonna pull the whole thing of just, oh, you forgive me, I've just recognized someone over there. You understand business, right, Bo?
Make a persuasion check.
Get fucked, that's a 29.
Okay. All right. Yeah, he kind of nods like whatever.
Yeah, and we'll basically just get Suni to kind of guide her over to where that person is.
Suni-
And
Oh, sorry, I was gonna say Suni just rubs like a single claw down the chest of Kristoff or whatever his name was, and just looks back at him, and then like turns around and lets his tail kind of flip as he walks away.
No persuasion check needed.
Well, one of these days is going better than the other.
And shut up. And so, Carasel's gonna try her best to act very nonchalantly, like, just as if she's just moving over to, I guess, like, these guests just to talk to them, whatever. And knowing that this person's right there, she's going to try and just, like, being a little bit gesturous, I guess, try and see if she's able to potentially knock into where this person is. And her intent is to try and grab them if she does. Because that's the guess here.
Suni, as soon as the two of you get like here, the locate objects moves over here. Like it moves across the floor over in this direction. As soon as the two of you get close to the pillar.
He'll just give like a small squeeze to her hand as they're walking. And then like a nod in the like a very, very, or he'll like kind of turn his head in that direction.
Right. We'll just kind of give a very subtle nod of just like, okay, I understand. And just whisper into his ear, you go around one way, I'll go around the other.
Sounds good.
And I guess we'd try that, Still just trying to act as casually as possible. Like, just like noticing the conversation and being like, oh, those people over there, yes, hello.
Okay. Alrighty. As the two of you head around, I have Mira make a dexterity saving throw. Oh, whoops. What's wrong? Okay. Yeah. As the two of you approach, Suni, the ping goes over here. and slinks across the wall in Carasilla's direction over here.
Can I... Okay, again, he will just kind of let his eyes drift in the direction silently, just trying to communicate every time it moves to Carasilla.
And Carousel will try and do her best to react to that.
Okay, go ahead and make an unarmed strike, Carasilla, with disadvantage. Because you're technically just trying to hit, you're trying to grapple an invisible creature.
Well, so far not grapple, just trying to actually feel out where they are.
Okay, well, all right, same rules. So it just will be an
That's
unarmed strike.
strength, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Unarmed strike with disadvantage, yeah.
Okay. That's an 11.
Yeah. Your fist just kind of, as you gesture, just goes wide, makes no contact. Suni, you can feel the magic go over here. The ping go over here.
Where?
Up here at the top, yeah.
Okay. This time he's going to just kind of... He will start... Ooh, nope. Game pause. Never mind. Sorry. He'll start to move in that direction and kind of take Carasilla's arm and turn her around as well. Just kind of linking arm in arm with her.
Okay. So as the two of you get there, at about that moment, I will say it's about 9:15, Bianca, you leave, and as you are returning at 9:15, you are entering with this massive dragon egg. And you can see that it is currently mounted on this like palanquin. There are 4 servants that are holding it on these different spokes coming out of this like giant, this massive platform that they're currently carrying it in, where you and the 3 other guards are flanked on each one of the sides of those servants.
Do I have to make a strength check?
No, there are servants carrying the palanquin as you are entering.
Okay,
and
so
you can...
I'm not carrying it, I'm just guarding. Gotcha.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Okay. So with that, you make your way in with the dragon egg, and you can see Denon, who's off to one side, and Rain does the same. As you all make your way in, and then you stand in formation with the rest of the royal guard. Like so. Right in front of the Tsar. And you can see the Tsar, you can see the Tsar at that point, he stands and he addresses the crowd for the first time. And you can see at this point, following the egg in, there is a large crowd that moves in at this time, sort of flooding into the area. So let me go ahead and move some more people in here. Some people crowding in closer to see the egg. Others, the egg not really the primary interest for them, more so just the drinks and schmoozing. But there are still quite a few people that move in to hear the Tsar's address. Some of them crowd near you, Morwen, as they're coming towards the balcony to get a view in the room. And you can see that, Bianca, you are kind of actually having to like press against people to try and keep them away from the egg. This sort of 5-foot, like radius, or not radius, I guess, but this like 15-foot diameter that you've created here. As all of you stand there now, you can see the Tsar stand. This large man, gold scaled as well, stands and addresses the crowd.
People of Belacloram, I come to this day with good news for all. On this day, it is my grandest honor to present unto you a gift to me from the almighty Platinum Dragon, Bahamut. To me in a dream he came, and gave me this gift. This egg. An egg that will one day hatch his aspect. A stalwart defender of what he holds dear. To keep us safe in our city and protect the realms of men. Of all people. From those who would seek to destroy us. And those who would seek to end our way of life. Look upon the egg. Feel what it may provide. Envision a world where the aspect of Bahamut travels safely across the seas to maintain peace and prosperity across the world. Look upon it. Feel what magic radiates, and return to your homes and spread word that one day soon, Bahamut will be with us.
And you can see the crowd is just enamored by this egg. And Bianca, especially close to it, you can feel something. It is radiance and beauty and peace and grace. This feeling of comfort and home. But a home made of metal and stone. As safe as you can be and as comfortable as you can be. You stand there. Eventually, Tsar Dmitry Drakonov speaks again.
Please enjoy the festivities of the rest of the night. The egg will be paraded shortly, so you may not lose sight of what you come here for. In 15 minutes it will move to the dance hall and then back to here. And then at 10 p.m., it will be moved back to the vault for safekeeping. Thank you all for coming. And remember, our world, someday soon, will be so much safer.
The rest of the audience claps as they take one more good long look at the egg and they begin to dissipate out. Group by group, having seen the egg, having seen the majesty, they then return to their different clusters, their different groups, to continue with the festivities of the night. Some still stay in this area to gawk and talk about the egg, but others at this point have left and returned to different areas to speak and enjoy the company of others.
As there's obviously this louder commotion going on, Carousel will take the opportunity to shoot a quick message to Bianca. And then she will probably do the same to Morwen as well. Leaving out Cecily only because I feel like it's not going to matter since she's over there. No offense. But she will, in essence, in a message, just say, bag of holding us with someone invisible. Eyes might not be enough.
Knowing that, Bianca will do her best to listen and look for those things that seem off that she would be familiar with, knowing Cecily casting invisibility often enough, kind of looking for those signs and trying to hear those signs instead of using her eyes like Carousel said.
Okay, go ahead and make a perception check.
Okay. Maybe it won't be as shit. Yeah, I'll roll it and I'll roll it here. Ooh, sorry, gotta open my thing. Come on. That's okay.
14. It's going to be with advantage. Let's see if you... Oh, she rolls. Ooh. Sadly, Bianca, even with your knowledge of invisibility from Cecily, it's still not enough to pin where this woman is.
Okay. Well, then she will also just try and like keep an eye on the egg. I know she's like facing away from it, but like I guess then focus just on the egg itself and like expecting maybe something that she can't see, you know, to affect it. And that's where she'll leave it.
Okay. Alrighty. So as you stand there, keeping a watchful eye out, trying to hopefully see if you can see something, Suni and Carasilla, the blue tiefling woman, approaches behind you and says, "Oh, hello there, darling. I hadn't... Do I know you? I think I've seen you before. You, not you, darling, sorry, but you, were you at Rosefish's party in Summer's Rest?"
Is that what she sounds like?
Is that? I forgot.
Yeah, is what? Okay,
Okay.
I'll give it to you.
All right, man. Kayla just yelled at me. I thought that's what she sounded like. She said it works. Was that not it? It's perfect. Okay. I don't know. I feel like it's not if she would have if she would have said that. Anyway.
Suni will take her or look her right in the eye and say, I was, and I feel as though yours isn't a face that I would forget. Were you there as well?
Yes, I was. You don't remember me?
Can't say I had the pleasure of speaking with you then.
Oh.
Is the bag still where it was?
Yeah, it hasn't moved yet. Well, actually, no, it has. It's now in front of the stairs over here.
Okay. That will be, I don't know what he said until if she said anything else.
I just... Well, you have to understand, I feel like you do remember me. After all, I'm not very, forgettable. And she kind of, like, goes and she, like, touches your face. And, Suni, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
I was gonna pull my own shit here. What is she doing? Okay.
Hello. Did that go through? No.
No!
Oh, of course not. Because why on earth? What, you said wisdom?
Wisdom saving throw, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, now it did. Sadly, Suni, that is a failure.
Oh, god damn it.
As now you are currently under the effects of Dominate Person, and she used enough sorcery points to make it a subtle spell. So, Carasilla, you do not notice it either.
Okay.
Actually, darling, would you mind helping me out with something? I realize that I need some help on the dance floor. I saw the moves that you used at Rose Fisher's party, and, well, I would just be delighted if you could dance with me. And she gestures her hand out, and Suni, you feel compelled to grab it and go dance with her.
I cannot blame you. I am one hell of a dancer. And then he will give a very deep bow to Carasilla and say, "Now, if you will excuse me."
Okay. Sorry. Okay. So what we're gonna do here is obviously something is wrong because we were focused in and now he's gone. So first of all,
True sight? Anything?
hold up. No.
If you're still thinking, I can solve this.
No, I've... Solve this?
I mean, damn close.
Because mine's pretty much immediate as soon as they've gone, especially since, like, the crowd's thinned out a little bit, and most of them are guards who know that already we're involved with shit.
Yeah, okay, go.
God. As they were walking away, When they were leaving, Carousel would have just said to, I forget, is she Rain or Mira? Rain.
Rain.
She would have just said, oh well, hopefully you don't have 2 left feet yourself, and hopefully that's enough, because she wants to do unsettling words on her first.
Okay.
She would have just paired it with a bit of a look. And then once her back's turned and she's heading out, but before she gets out of range, I want to obstructing herself a little bit from like where this like random Genasi person is, and again she doesn't care if the guards are there. She will try to get off a suggestion onto Rain, and she'll just say, after all, I think this night should just be spent dancing and enjoying some music, right? Wouldn't want any trouble. Hopefully none will be caused, right? And yeah, just get that suggestion off. Basically just like, yeah, just dance, don't cause trouble. But yeah, that is my go.
Okay. As you use the verbal and material components, she turns around and looks and says, "Oh, darling, I'll try, but trouble follows me," and she's going to counterspell with a subtle spell. And while this is happening, Carousel, before you can say anything else, Suni, you and her share a telepathic bond right now as you're going back and forth. So she's able to give you commands telepathically. And her first demand as you begin to walk away right after you cast the counterspell, tell me everything you know. Briefly.
That's a good thing she added in that briefly. We're stopping the heist.
Why?
We don't. How truthful? So do I have to tell? How truthful do I have to be in this situation? I know I'm dominated, so like.
It is. Let me.
I'm assuming Cecily sees Suni, head that direction, like being taken.
I don't know.
away.
I'm wearing a mask.
So this would probably be right before Cecily would come into view of these two. It would be like as they're walking away right here.
Right, but Cecily can see that something's wrong to maybe come help.
Yeah, as soon as they get here. As soon as they get here, and I'll move the tokens as they get there, but as soon as they get here, then yeah, Cecily would notice. But as of right now, they're like here. Okay? All right. So, with Dominate Person, so you create a telepathic link, you issue commands. It does its best to obey. So it seems like, yeah, you just need to, you're obeying, you're dominated. So yeah, you're just being as truthful as you can.
Okay. And so she asked me why we were stopping the heist.
Why you were stopping the heist.
To save the world.
How did you learn about the heist?
A dark elf man.
Who do you work for?
No one. The Mother of Mountains, I guess.
How will stopping the heist save the world?
Well, hopefully it will interrupt a long chain of events that leads to eternal destruction, chaos, death, and darkness. It's a really complicated story, and you said to be brief. I'm sorry.
How do you know that that will happen?
Honestly,
Honestly.
I'm not 100% sure. It's just what we've been promised.
Suni, I'd like you to make a persuasion check.
Hey, something that I'm not horrible at.
Take the last step forward. And at this point, Cecily, you would notice something. But at this point, also, this older man, sort of middle part blonde hair, approaches. It's been standing near you this entire time, kind of picking up food and eating it too. And he does strike up conversation with you as they're beginning to exit. And he says, excuse me, might I bother you for just a second?
Just a second. Guard duty.
Of course, completely understand. So you, listen, honestly, I kind of hate being at parties like this. And, I don't know, maybe it's the hair color might be connecting us a bit here. But I think you and I might have some shared lineage. You happen to be from the Western Salamander?
And she is not looking at him. She's just going to be maintaining eyes in this area. What about it?
Well, I saw the dress. Dress kind of looks like something that a sister of mine used to wear. And blonde hair. I mean, those eyes. Not exactly most common thing in the world, but I feel like I see more in the Western Salamander than anywhere else.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm just curious, you know. Not often do you see a member of the Children of the Flame dressed like that at a ball like this, as young as you are. Just interesting circumstances, mind you. Just curious how you maybe ended up here.
She will take her first glance at this guy and look him up, down. I forgot the word and. Yeah, just vibe check. Just vibe check. The fuck is you?
Yeah, make an
Mr. Raffles.
make an insight check.
Well,
Ooh! That's a 31.
Oh, yeah.
That's a 31. Let's see here.
tell me everything you know briefly.
Okay, all right. You beat him. Yeah. Something tells you that he is closer to you for more than just asking about your outfit. And you can see that he's also looking towards Rain. Sort of looking at Rain, seeing that. And you're assuming that there's some communication that's happening between those two. As that happens, Suni, as Rain kind of stops pulling you, and she drops concentration on Dominate Person. And she holds your hand and she says, now, I didn't need to do that. But I'm going to ask you one more time. How do you know that just because of this one heist, everything ends?
We're still telepathic, right?
Yeah, still telepathic. And she sends that through message.
Deeply, deeply into her eyes, mustering all of his, I don't know, charm he can. He's going to just say, I've seen it.
Make one more persuasion check, Suni.
Please be better. Ah, that's a little bit better. I won.
You can see her look at you. And... Okay.
Do I still have concentration on look at object? Just curious.
Yes. The bag has not moved at all, but she does say this is the last thing that you hear her say. You hear her say under her breath, Mira, remember how we said we both felt off about this? I don't think it's worth it. I can
can explain later, but I don't think it's worth it. We can make money elsewhere.
And she kind of looks up at you, Suni.
I wish you could look in his eyes right now, because this is not a man who's lying to me. And you know how many men have tried to lie to me before.
And Suni, you can feel the locate objects get closer and closer and closer till it's about right next to you. And Rain kind of looks down towards where the object is and says,
It's off. Raffles and your one and Knight can do this without us, if they so deem it's necessary, but who knows what they're going to do to that egg.
Nothing good.
nod. And she does look to you, Suni, and kind of smiles, and she says,
Now, remember, we're leaving, but can't leave without a consolation prize.
and she kind of looks down, and you can feel the bag go away from you and out as the bag of holding is just leaving the building now. And she says,
Oh, sorry.
Listen, I don't know who you are aside from some dragonborn that I saw just maybe a month ago in Summer's Rest, maybe less. But thank you for being here. We never felt good about this.
and she's going to hug you. Now, I would say...
Oh.
No, go ahead. Were you just
I
going
was going to say, he will return it and kind of hug, whisper. He will say, "Thank you for doing the right thing."
Okay. Alrighty. So, she hugs you, holds you tight. And with that, she will walk past you. Now, I will say, during the hug, Cecily, this would be about the time there, if you were going to do anything, you could react if you wanted to.
I don't know. I mean, obviously she can't hear any words.
Mm-hmm.
But is it fair to say she would perceive a lack of danger in the moment? Like a shift at some point where it seems like they were just having a normal conversation and there was no threat of violence or anything?
I would say that, yeah, after that, like, when she, like, let go of his hand and dropped the spell, Suni's body relaxed, and it was not nearly as poised and with as much posture.
Okay. Well, then all she would be doing during this moment is she knows that there's something off about this guy, and she already remembers seeing Rain before, and knows that she was didn't have the most pure background or aura or anything. So
Yeah.
she is just gonna turn back to Raffles and kind of nudge her head toward Rain and Suni and just say to him, kind of bad copish, just say, "You know anything about that?"
You know, I will say, we came here together as a favor to a friend, but I'm being honest. Love, I think that one might be maybe a few tools short of a shed, if you know what I mean.
All right, I'll tell you what. And she'll lean in a little bit. You want to know why a guard of the Children of the Flame looks so weird? It's because maybe if there's something going on here, I wouldn't mind being clued in, keeping watch for you. Maybe just getting a small part of the cut. make sure nothing happens to you? You able to tell me anything?
Make a deception check with disadvantage, because Raffles is a smart guy. He was kind of the person making sure that nobody deviated from the plan during the heist. So,
well, that is only fair.
17, 15. Okay. And he kind of throws his hands up. Honestly, I wish I knew. Because believe me, if anybody was getting a cut of anything after taking this one out, I'm the one who needs it. Well, yeah, I'll let you get back to the rest of your guard duty. Don't want to distract you any more than I already have. Children of the Flame, glory to the light and all that. Have a good night, love. And he'll make his way away from you.
Of course. Okay. Well, then all I would do, if time is still, if we can cut somewhere else, but all I would do is once Raffles started moving, Rain started moving away, she will convene with Suni whenever she can, and just let him know that we need to keep an eye on this guy now.
Yeah. Okay. And I will say that after she hugs you, Suni, she begins to walk out, and Raffles kind of stops her, and you're close enough, Suni, that you can hear a little bit, and Suni's like, well, Raffles is like, where do you think you're going? We got a job to do here. And Rain says, I'm done. Realized money didn't mean that much. Raffles goes, what are you talking about? You know how much the money means to you. That's the only reason you're in this in the first place. Come on, don't do this to me. We got a job to do, and we're going to do it right. No. Find someone else. Mira's done too. Good luck, Raffles. And she'll walk away. And you can see Raffles kind of have this small moment of, shit. And he's going to make his way into the ballroom right here. All right, about there. Okay. So with that, Cecily, you and Suni could sort of reconvene right there.
I just wanted to make sure that you saw my recast locate object thing.
Yes. Locked in on the egg.
Yeah, because the bag is gone, right, with Mira?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. But yeah, Cecily will just meet up and just nudge her head toward Raffles and say, that seems like the head guy.
Yeah, I noticed that as well. Would you believe it if I told you I convinced two of them to leave?
By what? Sucking up and talking like a goody two-shoes?
By being scared as shit.
Okay, well, I guess 2 down, 3 to go. This Raffles guy doesn't seem like he's gonna stop. That might have been a slip. I don't know if he ever said his name, but yeah.
It's okay. He looks like a Raffles.
Yeah, he does.
That guy, Raffles might be his name. It's like, of all the things you could guess, you look like a Raffles. But yeah, she'll let him know that this guy seems persistent. We need to let the others know.
I'm on that in just 1 second. I wanted to let you know I am now sights locked on to the egg. The bag of holding is no longer in play. And then he's going to give her a squeeze on the shoulder, and as stealthily as he can, going through the crowd, is going to make his way back towards Carousella.
Okay. Cecily will give him a proud smile.
Nice. Okay. Alrighty.
Can I just ask?
Yeah.
Because obviously Carousel would have been looking at what the fuck is happening with Suni.
Yes, correct.
Would she have been able to see that conversation between Raffles and Rain? Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you would have been able to see the you can read lips, so yeah, you'd be able to know the gist of the conversation.
Okay. And then, especially since Raffles is coming up here, Carousel wants to move over to intercept and just get him into talking.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So as he can. And you can see that he's kind of murmuring under his breath as you approach, and he smiles and he says, "Oh, hello there, love. How's it going this evening? Having a good night?"
You all right? You seem a little bit disturbed.
Oh, not a little bit disturbed. Having a great time, really. Is there something I can help you with?
Oh, well, just thought make my way to different people and, well, I haven't talked to you yet. Name's Carasilla.
Nice to meet you, Carasilla. Name's Raffles Wemsey.
You have quite a look about you. You've
Oh,
seen
thank
this
you.
egg before?
Seen the egg before? Well, just earlier I did. When we were all gathered in here together.
Oh, that's true. Such a marvelous thing, isn't it? And I will say,
Oh, truly.
she's trying to do that thing how she is trying to push them into walking outside the room, whether or not he's going to take that or not.
Yeah. Okay. You can see that as you do, he does begin to follow you out. Not having too big of a deal with that. Wherever you may lead. Seems like whatever he needed to do in there, he's done.
Okay. And she didn't catch him doing anything besides muttering, right?
Nope, just muttered to himself.
Would Carasilla, as a spellcaster, would that have clicked as being anything?
Yes, probably either message or sending.
Okay. Just as they're passing, she'll try and give a little bit of a subtle look to Suni of just, kind of wide eyes as in, this isn't good, and then just look back towards the room. But she doesn't want to do anything that's gonna get Raffles' attention. She would have just done that, just one step behind him as they were walking.
Yeah,
Just so
and as
hopefully
soon
only Suni could see.
as soon as Raffles' field of vision passes, he's going to wiggle his way back into the room to keep an eye on all suspicious figures.
Probably to Suni then. This person at the corner right here. This
Mhm.
person.
Yeah.
Is an Eladrin, right? So
Correct.
a person of suspect.
Yes.
Bianca will lock eyes with Suni and then point her eyes to the Eladrin and then lock eyes with Suni and then look straight again.
Suni, as a buffoon, doesn't quite know what you're trying to say.
Go talk to them!
Talk to them.
Go distract them!
Ugh.
They're really close to this egg.
Okay, so Suni will wiggle his way up.
Okay.
And once he gets next to her, he is just going to kind of give her a tap on the shoulder, and as soon as she turns, he's going to give a very, very deep bow. And very, very, or when he raises back up, we'll look into her eyes, lock eyes with her, and say, please forgive me if this is just much too forward, but you might just be the most beautiful creature I've ever laid my eyes on. Would you please do me the favor of having one dance with me?
You can see the individual look over at you, and the very, very sharp, androgynous facial features smile, and a deep voice resonates from the mouth.
Ah, not very often I receive such intoxicating offers.
As a man responds to you.
Did I use pronouns when I addressed
Nope,
them?
you just said creature.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
That
and
works.
Then raising, as Suni raises back up, he will say, and an equally lovely voice to match the face.
Yeah.
Eyes kind of narrow. Bianca and Suni, go ahead and make an insight check for me, just real quick.
Yeah. Insight it up.
Okay.
I'm rolling fantastic today.
All of these are plus zeros for me. This
Yes.
is not
Ooh.
this is not the mission.
All right, so the two of you don't notice anything. As the individual says,
Well, I suppose I wouldn't be opposed to it. I'm just so enthralled by the egg, As long as I get to come back and gaze upon it one more time before they shove it back in the vault. Actually, if we go to the dance floor, we'll get to see it again very soon, won't I?
I understand exactly what you mean. I until my eyes found you, I couldn't take them off of it. I mean, as you can tell, I am a child of Platinum Dragon as well, so it's quite thrilling. Nothing really like it.
Aye. I agree. Well, a dance then, shall we?
It would be my honor.
All right. So with that, lead him to the dance floor. And I'm assuming, Carousel, is that where you were heading with Raffles as well?
Yeah, I would have tried to.
Yeah, he would have gone.
Yeah, okay. But then seeing Suni also come out will be a little bit, okay, well, that's also a thing. What is happening? But, I feel like this guy especially would notice if she tries to pull any messages or things, so...
Oh, yeah, for sure.
So yeah, we'll just be courteous, and since they're at the dance floor, invite him to a dance.
Yeah. There is a... so eventually, as all of you get to the dance floor, the egg does move. As it begins to move out. And eventually over the dance floor.
Can I, while it's moving, and you
Yeah.
can tell me if this is the stupidest sounding thing, can I cast Compel Duel on him, but change it to be Compel Dance? Does that make sense?
Well, I think with Compelled Duel, it is like they have.
They
Let's
have
see.
a saving throw. I think it's Wisdom. But, yeah, Wisdom save.
Disadvantage against attack rolls on other creatures than you, and must make a Wisdom saving throw each time it attempts to move a space.
Can it not move each time it attempts to move 30 feet away from me? I guess, how close is the egg coming by?
Are these going into the dance floor?
No, it's just coming out here. So he's about
Okay.
25 feet. The egg's about 25 feet away from the dance floor right now.
Okay. Then I just won't do that. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense anyway.
All right. So it comes in here. It is here for just a couple of minutes. And then it is marched back. Same as it was moved there.
I think by that time,
And-
Carousel would have eventually excused herself away from Raffles. And again, just trying to move without any obvious person, just like going between different groups. She'd want to just, I guess, get into this area where she's able to just keep line of sight on the egg.
Well, before you can get back that way, Bo does stop you, as you've been gone for quite some time and you've been dancing with another man. As he stops you, and he is kind of cornering you a little bit, where he's just kind of talking at you and to you, where you're not really able to escape from this area, as eventually Raffles is able to kind of peel away as Bo is kind of overwhelming you, as there's just kind of groups of people gathering to see Bo, one of the Jarls of the town of Brothers Bedlam, arguing with some Gleeman woman. Unless you're not wearing the cloak.
No. She's only wearing the fancy little dress thing she has in her shift week. She's
Then-
not wearing any gleam shit at all.
Okay, then arguing with some type of a noblewoman at that point. But eventually the egg does
Okay, but am
turn
I,
here.
please? If he's starting to get a little bit argumentative, can I try to just fake some tears so I can hopefully get out of that? Because I imagine, especially if people are noticing, he's not gonna go for that, or some kind Samaritan would be like, "Yo, go, just step off that girl,"
Mm-hmm.
just gotta act very just obviously hurt, and she's trying not to cry, but she's crying when she's really just trying to cry. But yeah, she's just gonna try her best to get out of that situation.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah, go ahead and make a performance check for me.
And I believe I get advantage this. Oh wait, would she though? Because she doesn't have the cloak. Does that count if it's part of the ship? Okay, that's fine. I'll just roll it straight. This is fine.
Yes.
And that's okay, because that is a 26.
Okay. So yeah, as the argument is starting to happen, as you begin to, swell up the waterworks, you can see he kind of recoils a little bit. There are a few nobles that begin to gawk as he says, no, it's not like that. Fine.
Just do the whole hand thing, I don't want to talk about this anymore. And
Well,
then
fine.
she will
Dance
try
with whoever
and
you
move
want to.
get line of sight of the egg.
Okay. Sadly, there is a crowd of people that you kind of have to push through, as there are people kind of oh, Starling, are you okay? Before you can get back that way. At this point, I will say that the egg has been returned, Bianca, as you now stand guard, and you can kind of see Raffles just looking at the egg back and forth. And I would Morwen, I'd like you to make a perception check for me. Just as you've been there this whole time, just trying to keep an eye out for anything that may happen. Okay. Sorry, I've got to...
Is Denon doing anything?
You guys haven't asked him to.
Yeah, that's the whole thing.
Yeah, he was there as a resource, not as a... He doesn't have to do anything.
Yeah. I was
Can
gonna.
Bianca make eyes with Denon? Get his attention to look at that guy.
Oh, what happens? Okay, so Mormon, as you are sort of looking around, looking out over the balcony, looking back into the ballroom, into the throne room, you don't catch anything. Just trying to keep a perceptive eye as best you can. And then Bianca, I'll also have you make a perception check as well, since you're standing right there in front of Raffles. And you already know that he is a suspicious figure.
Yeah. Come on, perception.
Oh, God. Okay.
Oh.
Okay. It's pretty good. You can see Raffles kind of fold his arm, looking at the egg, kind of looking up and around, just admiring the architecture. He does kind of cough a little bit. Maybe there's some dust in the air. You don't see him cast a spell or anything like that. But he continues to look. And in this moment, you can see Tsar Dmitry Drakonov go to stand. And he begins to speak out.
The egg will be returning to the vault for safekeeping. Thank you all for coming on this eve. But now it is time to retire.
And with that, I would say at about that point, Carasilla, you would get here, just being able to see it. Cecily, you would probably also be there. Cecily and Carasilla, I'd like you to make perception checks. With disadvantage, sorry.
Gotcha.
God, I rolled a 19 on that second roll. This is
Oh.
so cruel.
Oh.
That's
Oh, God.
13.
Okay. Alrighty. So, Bianca, as you're looking out towards Raffles, Cecily and Carasilla looking out towards the egg, all of you seeing it, looking to the best of your ability, you can see Raffles smile at you, Bianca, and say, Oi, God, I had a quick question real quick.
She will just narrow her eyes, nothing else.
Oh, never mind. Sorry, didn't mean any offense. I'll let you get back to garden. Just looked kind of bored, that's all. And with that, Cecily and Carasilla, you can see the egg begin to slowly lift from the palanquin. And there is this sort of flash of... Well, so it lifts from the palanquin and drops underneath the palanquin as a lot of the guards sort of wheel around and they pull out their swords and they just begin to strike down at whatever is moving this egg. And you can see the Tsar immediately stand up. No! Stop! Don't strike the egg! And as they sort of
door over there.
okay, you'll dimension door over there as you use your action dimension door
Like, she
over
wants
there.
to get right to the egg.
Okay, as you get right to the egg, like the thing is, it has to be in an unoccupied space. That's the issue.
Okay.
So
Okay,
the closest you could get right there, and the guards, they see a dimension door. Some of the guards immediately wheel around. Shed yells out, "No, not her!" And you can see that the egg rolls underneath the palanquin as the palanquin kind of drops, and you can see the egg reappear out here by you, Morwen. As you can see, now invisibility dropping, a black tabaxi man appear holding the egg right at the edge. Morwen, right next to you, foot right on the edge of the balcony, about ready to jump off.
Thank.
Hold on, let me check and see if it's 60 feet or not. I want to maybe...
Oh, Ryan, you're muted.
Oh, sorry, Ryan.
Sorry. Yeah, I mean, she's just gonna try and just grapple, bear hook him, and pull him back away from the ledge.
Okay.
As well.
All right, go ahead and make a strength, make an athletics check contested with his acrobatics.
Fuck.
Okay, acrobatics. Oh my god, that is gnarly, dude. Jesus Christ. I will say that oh wait, nobody was in the one shot. I can send screenshots of the 3 rolls that I just did for the stealth check from Knight, and then the sleight of hand check from Raffles, and then the acrobatics check from Knight, as it was 3 natural 20s in a row. I swear to God, I'm gonna send a screenshot because that was ridiculous.
They win.
What Bianca will do is she will if are we just allowed to act right now?
Well, as Morwen tries to grab Morwen, since it is your attack action, you do get a second chance to grapple.
Yay.
Yeah, because that would be your attack action, so that means it's a second acrobatics check from Knight.
Mother.
No.
Oh.
Fuck.
Can I
Oh my
ask
god!
her to do
What
it
the
again?
fuck? That was a 4th natural 20. I'm honestly fucking flabbergasted right now. I'm not. I know. I'm gonna send screenshots because this bullshit is fucking ridiculous. I don't know.
Action search.
Can I do that?
Yeah, if you want. This is it's just whatever you have. So as you try to grab 1, 2, Knight is just so dexterous and so acrobatic as they oh shit!
Beat it, yeah, right?
Hey,
All right.
fuck.
Well,
Oh
let's
my
see.
God.
Let's see. Okay,
no way.
okay. That was not a 5th natural 20. I need to send a screenshot. That was an unnatural 21, but you are at that point able to grab on, and you can see the egg slips out of Knight's hands. And as you do, you grip onto them. The egg drops onto the ground as you do now have them grappled, as they're trying to push off your arms and get out as they're sort of writhing. I will say in this moment, the next person to react would be Denon, as Denon immediately swoops over towards Raffles and immediately just like grabs his shoulder and just forces his...
Real quick.
Yeah.
Sorry. So since I action searched, I have 2 attacks.
Okay.
So the first one was the grab that I got him,
Yeah.
and just it's been too close. Warren just shoves him off.
Oh shit.
Okay. Okay. All right. Yeah. Yeah, you can do that. Yeah.
Without
So
the egg, because you dropped it.
So, yeah, he dropped the egg. You shove him off. And it's funny, I don't even need to roll for this because I rolled for this back at the heist. And so you do shove him off, but you can tell that from their dexterous form, Knight is a monk. So you can see they kind of begin to channel their ki, and they just begin to slowly drift and poof into the water. So not dead, but they don't have the egg.
Warren just
Because-
flips him off on the way down.
Yeah. Okay. So with that, Knight is no longer a part of the picture as the egg is dropped, and Denon, finally doing something, runs up behind Raffles and immediately goes to just grapple and just fingernails into the throat, just begins to rip and tear the skin off. And just Raffles grabs at his throat and just gurgles and then drops over dead. As Denon just kind of looks down and says, Oh, what a pity. Oh, no. Well, farewell. And with that, he's just going to smile and wave at you, Bianca, as Raffles is dead as hell.
Oh my god.
And he's just going to walk out as the guards are like all rushing.
Jesus.
He just...
Yeah, Carasil's still trying to get to the egg.
Yes, Carasilla,
Yeah.
you run up the stairs. The guards, Shedden clears the way. Shedden is Morwen, I guess, would be the first one to grab the egg. Shedden immediately goes to you, Morwen, and says, give me the egg.
That's the Imperator, right?
Yeah, the Imperator, yeah.
All right. Yeah, Morn will hand it over.
Okay. He grabs the egg, and you can see the Sara yells back, is the egg all right? Did the egg survive? Is it here? And Shedden says, yes, it did. It survived. And you can see that the man dancing with you, Suni, begins to sort of panic looking around and immediately tries to break away from you.
I will use my divine action to try to, I don't remember, Nature's Wrath or whatever, to wrap vines around his leg so he can't get away.
Okay. What is that? A strength saving throw?
I think they get to choose between a strength and a dex save.
Okay.
Which doesn't make any sense to me, but it is what it is.
Okay. So strength or dex. Sorry, I need to go to roll 20 for the character sheet. Okay, so acrobatic then.
The creature must succeed on a strength or dex save. Its
Okay.
choice 15 or be restrained.
Okay, so dex. That's a 10. That was a 2 + 8, so that is a failure. So they are immediately restrained as they begin to try and cut and grab at the limbs. And Cecily, Denon looks to you as he's just drenched in blood as the guards are just ignoring him, running this way. He points towards the man enraptured by vines, and he says to you, is that man also one of those participating in the heist?
We're supposed to turn him in.
Oh, all right. And he's going to point towards him and cast Finger of Death.
Holy shit.
All right. Well, Cecily will kind of just sigh and just say, "I'm not touching this family business."
Thank God
Thanks.
Rainamira got away. Holy.
And yep, and she'll just reconvene with Suni at that point. Then
Yorwin gets hit with the spell, and Yorwin immediately turns into like a corpse, and like literally is hit with it, falls over from the necrotic damage, and in about 6 seconds they rise as a zombie. And Denon says, no, not my type, and just snaps his fingers, and the zombie just dies. As then Denon just continues to make his way out. He fulfilled his duty. He did what he needed to do.
When Suni gets back to within speaking range of Cecily, he's gonna say, did he just kill that dude twice?
yep, and we're not going to talk about it.
Agreed.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you can see
She'll just go back and join everybody.
as Knight is like swimming in the water, you can see Imperator Shedden. He just yells out, alert the docks! I want that man arrested and in chains. He will pay and he will answer for what happened here. And with that, you can see several of the Royal Guard, they do approach, they take the egg, and all of them marching like all around it, they begin to make their way back to the vault to make sure that it is properly taken and stored away. As with that, all of you now sort of standing side by side in this moment, probably all of you now having made your way up here towards the balcony, to where everything was going on. There we go. Oh, whoa!
I tried to move Bianca too, so then she got extra. She just jumped.
Oh, there you go. Okay. All right, there you go. I got it.
Everyone else back?
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, there you go. I got it. Whew. All right. We're good. We made it. Okay, so as all of you make your way up there, you can see that the egg is taken away by all of the armed guards as Shedden and the Tsar come up to you. And you can see they look down to you as both of them massive. Just Shedden is taller and more muscular as the Tsar is just this massive dragonborn, just as wide as he is tall. And you can see that as Imperator Shedden approaches, he says,
These are the ones I told you about, my lord. The ones who gave us the information to succeed. It is because of them the egg has been saved.
the Tsar looks down to all of you and says,
Well, I am very pleased to meet those who saved the greatest gift given to me in my time as Tsar. Thank you all. I am forever in your debt.
We're glad it all worked out. And thank you. And she's gonna to the Imperator for, I know you knew we were telling the truth, but thank you for your help. I'm just
Yes.
glad we were able to all work together.
Of course.
and you can see that the
Mhm.
Imperator
Mhm.
starts to grab at his head and starts to look
magic?
down at his hands, as in this moment, any magical connection you have to anything is shattered. You try to cast a spell and it fails. You can see Imperator sort of looking down at his hands, the Tsar doing the same thing. You can see just his fingertips, starting there like thread, begin to unravel. Starting at his fingertips, all the way down to his palms, to his arms, to his chest. The same thing happens with the Tsar, with all of the people around you. They just begin to unravel and fade to nothingness. There is just this churning noise that surrounds you, this just magical turmoil, as all of you feel the world around you begin to unravel from this point. The threads of the weave just beginning to slowly unfold and fall apart, piece by piece by piece by piece. All of you stay together, but the world around you fades until you feel this presence, this voice, not a voice that you've heard before, but you hear this ticking, tick, 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 like a clock. Tick, 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 tick. As it continues over and over and over again. You see something make its appearance known to you. This giant mechanical structure, this gargantuan mechanical structure, reveals itself to you as the structure of the Tsar's palace begins to fade and slowly pull away into hundreds of thousands, if not millions of string, until it's nothingness, till you are just in this void, equal parts white and black swirling together. The building blocks of existence. All that is available for you to see. You can see this creature made of metal and magic. On its chest is this giant timetable, this clock, glowing bright orange and red, swirling piece by piece by piece, cogs, all whizzing and whirring. You see one massive eye in the center of its chest, looking down at all of you, moving its eye back and forth. Something very similar to this creature here. As its voice emits from this mechanical form, it is unlike anything you've heard before, echoing from the very depths of your brain.
What have you done here?
I think we've only done what's necessary.
You
Tell me what's happened.
You have destroyed the sanctity of time. A pillar of the wheel you have destroyed. Time itself, existence itself now begins to unravel because of what you've done. You are found guilty by all the laws and orders of Mechanus and of existence. You are already guilty of the crimes you've committed. What is your reasoning behind doing such destruction? Do you know what you've done? And what purpose do you act?
And saving everything, and I imagine that includes time itself.
This is a string, just one string of events that leads to the end of time. We've seen it. We were just trying to fix it. We're trying to save time. Existence itself.
Tell me, from what you see, does this look like saving? Do you feel like a savior seeing all of this fall apart around your eyes?
What to be done? I don't believe we knew it would cause all this. Whatever it is we exactly caused. But it's a better end than, I suppose, everyone's suffering.
For what purpose do you do this? Speak truthfully, for I know all lies.
You
Prevent the Dark One from winning.
Yeah. You oppose
Let the
the
light
Dark
prevail.
One, right? Whatever you are.
The Dark One is kept out of time and existence. This opens a crater wide enough for him to flood in and do as he pleases. What purpose do you have to stop whatever you did, to change whatever event you did?
We
Well, he-
saw. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, you can go. I've talked a lot.
Oh, okay. We've seen what time has in store for us. If we had to do something.
There's no other way of putting that. If we didn't do something now, the end would come. The Dark One wins. If this event happens and others.
Time surely
have
isn't
to change
completely
it.
destroyed, right? If we're here, if we're talking, time still exists. Am I wrong in that?
It is unraveling from each end. From the point at which you changed, it unravels to where it stops and where it begins. It is only a matter of moments before you fade, before you fall into nothing. Let me convene with the Council, with the Legion.
And you can see him just kind of stop for a moment, and you can see the shifting red and orange plates change to blue. As he begins to speak at all of you again.
You say you saw the future. How?
It was a thing called a waystone, I think.
Yes.
We were in the ruins of an old Goliath civilization of some sort. We were just trying to get home, and we went through, and we ended up at the end of everything. It was just endless stone. Void. There was one person there. He told us this is what would happen if we didn't go back. So we did.
giant passageways took you there. You didn't seek it out.
No. Buddy, I didn't seek any of this out.
In fact, I think it may have seeked us out.
People keep telling us that we're tightly woven in this weave, and I guess we can't fight it.
You can see the shifting plates change from blue to a deep roiling red.
I sense betrayal. We sense betrayal. Not from you. All of us, all of my kind are connected through unity of voice and mind. One thought we have is shared by all. Some of us are different. Some of us have changed. Some of us are corrupted. Some of us believe. Whatever event you stopped was necessary. The same ones that tell me to kill you now and repair the timeline.
And you can see that one eye, that pupil kind of dilate and then widen.
But I will not do that. That is not unity of thought. Those are traitors. Those who betray our sacred oaths to the Creator, to His will, to preserve life. You all have done a great service. You will not be forgotten for that. We will not let you unravel.
And with that, all of you can begin your fingertips begin to slowly loosen as the threads begin to just pull. As immediately time stops around you, the waves that were lapping, that roiling sound begins to stop. As now there is just stasis. There is nothing. There is pause. You can feel the threads begin to tighten around your hands as the giant construct lifts its mechanical arms up. Its fingertips begin to glow white as the turntable on its chest begins to spin as well.
All will be made right with your time. I can see now, clearer than I have before. We can see now. You all have been set off your path, set off your destiny. The weave pulled you there to right this wrong. The Creator pulled you there. If this is His will, we will see it done. I see where you should be, when you should be. I will put you there. We will preserve your choices. We will meld your present with your future. Thank you for what you've done. You will be rewarded. That, I promise you.
With that, you can hear this clattering and clicking and rattling. Time moving, clocks moving. But not in the same way that you heard before. Instead of erratic and all over the place, this is clear, but it's reversed. It's different. It is nothing like you've heard before. All of you look to one another, sharing these glances as the world around you grows white, enveloped in light, embracing the true nature of the Creator. You feel yourself at the beginning, at the dawn, the start of this all. More clicking, more rattling. You can see the Creator fade, that light fade. And then there is gray. There's not darkness, just something else. But eventually, as time begins to pass, more time, you can feel it, the clicking, the tick, 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 tick. These flickers, all of these flickers that you're familiar with, flickers that you've never known, flickers of a life you've never known, flickers of lives you've never seen. So many things change piece by piece by piece. You can see that blinding white light that was once the Creator shift slowly into grayness, briefly to gold, and then slink into the shadow, slink into darkness. Life, existence, light, indifference, and then darkness. But you begin to see, just as you're coming to the end of this moment, a small glimmer of light past the shadow, a glimmer of hope, a glimmer of something else, something past the shadow. As this light hits you, you feel yourself stopped, halting on everything, on existence. Everything stops as there is a moment where life needs to reorganize. You experience so many moments at once as life changes. Small changes to preserve the greater whole, but change is enough. You all start Summer's Rest or Water's Wake. You convene the prison. You travel to those old ruins, Old Spire Outpost, then to the ruins of the Kalukatho people. You travel back in time. You go to Fjardeleth. You meet Morwen and Carasilla. Poe leaves. But one key piece is changed. One thing you swear happened. You still know you need to stop the heist, but it hadn't happened yet. You didn't need to travel back in time, but you know you did. The heist is still stopped. The heist is still prevented. Everything still happens as you remember it. It's fuzzy, but it's there. But things are different. As when you awake, is when you open your eyes at a campsite. You all have been out on the road for a while. You all have been traveling for a while. You all are in Bella Clara. You know that. That's the truth. All of you can hear the sounds of springtime. A stream next to your feet. There's a peaceful lightness to the air. The heist is still there, But it's odd. All of you remember the events as they happened. Everything that happened to you, but it's just like a dream almost. The pain of unraveling. No. Yes, but somewhere in between. But now you're here. You know you needed to go to Bella Clara. And you know where you're at. A few days' travel west of Giant's Bridge, heading into the small riverlands of Bella Clara, an area which you know to be the location of the keep of the land that once used to be under Bianca's name. In the Riverlands, there's peace. For now. Springtime has just arrived. As you think to yourselves of what's happened, you look to one another, not sure of what's truth, what's fiction, what's a story, and what's reality. The one thing that all of you do know is that whatever entity spoke to you said you would be rewarded. And aside from avoiding death, it seems as though on whatever the next leg of your adventure is, whatever you decide to do with the time you've been given, funds will not be an issue. As each one of you pat down your person, still wearing the same clothes you were, you find each one of you has 200 platinum.
Ooh.
But more importantly than that, you're safe. And the pressure of preventing the heist of Brahmsgrov is no longer there. As one of the key pillars in the destruction of existence as you know it has been stopped. As finally, after so many, many, many sessions, we can say goodbye to the heist of Brahmsgrov and hello to the next arc of our campaign. And all of you can say hello to level 9, and that is where we're gonna go ahead and end our session.
Oh my
Woo!
I have 2 comments.
Yes.
One, Time Cop is the coolest NPC I have ever encountered in my 6 years of playing D&D. The second thing I have to say is that I have held in my piss for 90 minutes because I really wanted to know what was going to happen.
Yeah.
Take that as a compliment.
Yeah,
Do
no,
not be offended that I'm about to go piss.
No, that's okay. We're going to end there. It's been a little bit of a longer session. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for watching. Be sure to come in next Friday for the Explorers of Eferus, next Sunday, this upcoming Sunday for the Isles of Iverion, or next Tuesday for the continuation of the Adventures of the Salamander Coast. Thanks for watching, everybody, and we'll see you next time.